Tanya, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you loud and clear, Mario.
Tanya,
House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. May I ask the secretary to read the first order? Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Transport on Marine Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill. I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and honorable members. I move that this report be adopted. Thank you very much.
The question is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The second order. Marine Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill. Thank you very much. I will now recognize the Minister of Transport on the virtual platform. Honorable Minister Chikunga.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, Honorable Manali Soma, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. As we present the Marine Oil Pollution Bill for a second reading debate before this August House, we must be mindful of our international and national obligations to protect the oceans and life at sea. South Africa is a party to the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships of 1973. When the convention was adopted by the International Maritime Organization, IMO, in 1973, 5 annexes formed part of it, and in 1997, the IMO adopted an amended protocol. Through the 1997 protocol, the 1973 convention was amended to include Annex 6 to the existing 5 annexes. The convention was enacted into a domestic law in the Maritime Pollution Act 2 of 1986. Honorable House Chairperson, the primary intention of this bill is to fill the missing gap in South Africa's marine pollution strategy in relation to preparedness and response in the event that our waters are faced by an oil spill, and to further regulate the disposal of sewage from ships. The bill therefore amends the Principal Act to accommodate and incorporate Annex 4 and Annex 6. The Annex 4 regulates the activities for treatment and safe disposal of sewage waste from ships. It will assist maritime authorities to deal with the restriction of the discharging of sewage in order to reduce the nutrient caused by sewage discharge from passenger ships into the sea. Annex 6 is the main global instrument that addresses ships' energy efficiency management and greenhouse emissions from ships. Its purpose is for the prevention, reduction, and control of marine pollution from the air or indirectly through the air, and to preserve the maritime environment through the complete elimination of pollution by oil and other harmful substances, as well as minimizing the accidental discharge of such substances. The ships will be required to use fuel with no more than 0.5% sulfur content, 0.5 sulfur content, or use approved fuel treatment system called scrubbers. The proposed amendment will ensure that South Africa, in line with International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, popularly referred to as MAPOL Convention, imposes mandatory obligations for ships to ensure the treatment and safe disposal of sewage from ships in a manner that will not endanger the marine environment. House Chairperson, shipping plays a critical role in South Africa's economy, considering that in excess of 80% of our trade is conducted through the oceans. Shipping is therefore more than the mere transportation of goods to international markets, but also plays an important role as an enabler of international trade. The shipping environment has an ever-present threat of pollution emanating from the thousands of ships traversing our waters on a daily basis. This therefore requires stricter and more focused actions to respond to spillages at sea and decisively reduce the impact of oil pollution to the marine ecosystem and life at sea. Any damage to the marine environment has far-reaching negative impact on the marine ecosystem, particularly in ports and the broader ocean economy value chain. The protection of the marine environment, underpinned by an all-time ready oil pollution response capacity and capability, will deliver immense benefits for South Africa's blue economy strategy, including the preservation of jobs for coastal communities in particular. One of the challenges facing our response capacity and capability is the absence of a dedicated funding source to enable the Republic to be in a state of preparedness and response. The repurposing of the South African Maritime Safety Authority's Maritime Fund to Oil Pollution Preparedness Fund, as proposed in the bill, will solve this challenge by raising the level of funding required to ensure that we maintain a state of marine oil pollution preparedness and response that the Convention requires. Honorable members, the passage of this bill by this House will further strengthen our role and contribution to global governance of the ocean's economy. I therefore implore you to support this bill. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We will now invite the Chairperson of the Transport Committee, Honorable Lesoma.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, ministers present, ministers and deputy ministers present, colleagues, honorable members, fellow South Africans. It does give us a sense of comfort that we present this bill. We must start by saying that we would like to appreciate and thank all the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee who actively participated in the processing of the bill. Secondly, to thank all the stakeholders that are in the maritime space or having an interest, having submitted their written and oral submissions as expected. By its nature, this bill, Honorable House Chair, it's more focusing on coastal areas. That hence it's a maritime oil pollution. That deals with the preparedness, responses, and cooperation. And the report was tabled before Parliament in March 2022, and all the requirements of public participation. Of course, it must be recorded, honorable members and House Chair, that majority of the provinces that don't have or enjoy the coastal line, they didn't have any appetite to contribute on the bill. But we appreciate those provinces that has done that. What we are saying also that the several submissions were made, but this bill is a more of a technical bill that speaks to number of issues, the explanatory meaning of the coastal and maritime, as it were. Secondly, the technical meanings of the bill, and also alignment with the international protocols that expect us as South Africans to be aligned on. We must say and register that the object of the bill in particular, it's one that seeks to deal with the grammatic and drafting and cross-referencing corrections where needed based on the submissions requested, received, more protection and a stronger risk assessment or risk policies with regard to the maritime and other wildlife that may be affected by marine oil spills. Insertions were made to include references to species most at risk, as well as the wildlife as it may, as well as extending the responsibilities to the operations within the vicinity of the colony. In irrelevant sections of the bill were included. Also, the bill seeks to give clarity, which provides through the amendment to clarify, indicate who bears the cost of the maritime oil pollution risk assessment and the timeframes within which this must be done. And we must register that at the portfolio committee level, we did spend a reasonable time in terms of whether should we be prescriptive in the bill or should we be an open-ended, but we felt that there must be also specific timelines that are put within the bill so that it's very explicit as to when and who does what in terms of if there's any eventuality of these villages. Thus indicating that the owner or the operator of any port facility, oil handling facility, or offshore installation must, at its cost, after 2 years of commencement of this act, under which maritime oil pollution risk assessment will take place. We must say that in the back of the bill, the understanding is that the department will ensure that the training of relevant stakeholders and interested parties will be trained, and a phase-in approach will happen which is enough time for the bill after 2 years then to be implemented fully. The following concerns we must register that were raised in the submissions was, and in section what was proposed, that it requires adequate trained personnel which are fit and proper in terms of dealing with such issues, which deals with the ships falling within the MROPOL regime, along with other already proposed requirements per the bill. Clarity also was further sourced and inserted in providing on what would constitute a small, medium, or large spill by making reference to the tonnage of the spills as transboundary operations, adding to the functions of the inspectorate or inspectors. They allow us to consider samples or the photographic evidence from an old wildlife, which may not necessarily be from the installation, an oiling handling facility, or port facility, adding to the list of the offenses that the bill also seeks to be explicit is the instances where a person provides a false statement or account of events related to the pollution incident that attempts to hide or conceal the extent of the oil pollution, as it were. We must say, Honorable House Chair and honorable members, that there was not much of disagreement in the committee other than the comprehension and understanding of what it means and all that. But we must, as we close, that the bill is based on International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness and Readiness, developed by the International Maritime Organization, which intentionally regulates maritime activities, especially shipping. South Africa has then, it is a member of the International Maritime Organization, IMO, since its readmission to the United Nations system in 1995, and has previously served on the IMO Council. The purpose then, in summary, Honorable House Chair, is to be aligned with the international conventions and which will harmonize South Africa's laws and international laws in relation to the maritime oil pollution. Parties to the International Convention of the Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation, which is IPRC, are required to establish measures for dealing with the pollution incidents, either nationally or in cooperation with the other countries. Further, the parties to the convention are required to provide assistance to others in the event of the pollution emergency, and provision is made for the reimbursement of any assistance provided, cooperation with the industry players and other countries to deal with the oil pollution. As you understand and appreciate, honorable members, that the maritime, the coastal lines, waters, they move across boundaries and countries and the world. Cooperation with the industry players and other countries to deal with the oil pollution is critical in international waters, as well as the fact that there are only a few countries which have offshore oil pollution control capabilities and capacities. South Africa is one of those countries, Honorable House Chair and honorable fellow South Africans, that have global advantage in this regard, as oil pollution control and SAMSA possesses maritime oil pollution capabilities and have practical experience in dealing with the incidents. However, the principle of polluter pays ensures that the financial burden is not borne by the country, or for the maritime oil pollution incident does not lie with the fiscus of the country. With that, Honorable House Chair, here we are, we present the Maritime Oil Pollution Bill as adopted and recommended to the House for the adoption and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I now recognize the Honorable Mabena?
Yes. They will protect me. Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the DA, would like to extend our empathy and condemn in the strongest terms the attempted hijack of the Minister of Transport along the Gauteng's N3 highway. And we believe that something that is wrong and that something needs to be looked into, and we hope that she is recovering and doing well. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, this legislation is important in preserving and protecting marine life and fostering the blue economy. Once enacted into domestic law, this bill will give effect to the 1990 International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response, and Cooperation. The ocean economy can serve as a crucial economic driver, particularly for developing nations like South Africa. Unfortunately, under an ANC-led government, our country faces unemployment rates exceeding 40% by the expanded definition. To address this issue, the ocean economy could play a vital role, but it hinges on having legislation that safeguards marine habitats and life. Therefore, it is imperative to establish regulations governing oil spillage into our aquamarine ecosystem with stringent preventative measures and financial consequences for offenders. But more importantly, oil spills can cause severe damage to marine ecosystems, affecting fish, birds, and other wildlife. The toxic components of oil can disrupt the reproductive and feeding behaviors of marine species. South Africa is endowed with diverse coastal marine life, and thus we bear a responsibility to protect it. Regulation 5 of this bill assumes significance in conducting risk assessments for national oil pollution. However, we believe that a waiting period of 2 years is excessive. Ideally, within 6 to 12 months of the act coming into effect, the relevant authority should conduct the initial risk assessment. Subsequently, a follow-up risk assessment should be carried out within 2 to 3 years. While we acknowledge that the bill addresses causality for new developments altering the risk of marine oil pollution incidents, we advocate for proactive preparedness rather than a reactive stance. Honorable Chairperson, our stance on these risk assessments is influenced by their role in the minister's decision-making process regarding the approval or denial of proposed new port facilities, oil facilities, or offshore installations. Honorable Chairperson, the Western Cape run provincial government and the City of Cape Town Metro were the only regional governments that have full appreciation of the importance of protecting our marine life from marine oil pollution. The ANC-run coastal provinces and municipalities didn't even bother to make any submission in such a key and important piece of legislation. It was so bad and so awkward to such an extent that an ANC member of the committee even asked the question to say whether other coastal provinces and municipalities had been excluded from making submissions on this piece of legislation. Then they had to explain to him that this is public information, widely advertised for public comments and stakeholder submissions. If the ANC-run provinces and municipalities were not represented, it simply meant that they're incompetent, sleeping on the job, and have very little regard for the protection of marine life against marine oil pollution. Meanwhile, all I could say is that this is the DA difference, and that clear blue water policies and governance at play, that the DA is leading while others are busy chasing corruption in their own provinces. With that said, we agree with the submissions of the Western Cape provincial government that the bill must be clear on how provincial governments and municipalities will be involved when oil pollution incident has occurred. Furthermore, there is a call for clear communication structures to be put in place to ensure that provincial governments and municipalities are informed about incidents and the actions taken to deal with these incidents. Honorable Chairperson, the South African Foundation for Conservation of Coastal Beds, SANCOOP, made some very good contributions into the bill. We also echoed their sentiments in the committee that ship-to-ship fuel transfers must be included in the risk assessment, because the bill made a broad mention of high-risk areas and oil and gas exploration, extraction, or decommissioning applications, but nothing specific to this practice. We agree with SANCOOP fully that these specifics must find expression into the bill. Honorable Chairperson, furthermore, research scientist Willis and others published a paper in 2021 and made the following observations: that increasingly the ocean has typically been viewed as a sink for pollution. This is problematic and points to the urgent need for lawmakers to act with speed, decisively, and develop policy that will protect our ecological systems. As such, South Africa is no exception. That's why you're busy howling there, you're not listening. Nonetheless, Honorable Chairperson, what we would like to say that the Democratic Alliance support this bill because, Amara, you can ask a question, Mus, and stop doing that nonsense. Ask a question. Honorable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance supports this bill because we recognize and appreciate that the prevention of marine oil pollution is crucial for safeguarding the health of marine ecosystems, protecting human health, sustaining economies, and fulfilling international commitments to environmental stewardship. It requires a combination of regulatory measures, technological advancements, and a shift towards sustainable and clean energy practices. When Honorable John Stenizen comes into power next year as president of this country, we're going to ensure that the DA, listen, we are even polling beyond 50%, but we are making noise here. I'm saying when Honorable John Stenizen comes into power, we're going to make sure that we prioritize marine oil pollution and make sure that we put into place this legislation.
Order.
That we can
Order. I can't hear the member.
I can't even hear myself.
Proceed. No, you are provocative, Honorable Member Luen.
Oh, what?
No,
Behave
don't do
yourself
that.
when I'm
Proceed.
You are.
That when Honorable President becomes president next year, we're going to ensure that we protect marine oil pollution and make sure that we put legislation in place that will build the ecosystems and make sure that everything goes according to power. Thank you very much.
ICT. Honorable, ICT, I realized something and I've been told. Members, because we catch their names, they are using their background. And whenever a member speaks here, only the letter or whether it's the surname or the name comes out. So we are unable to see who is it that is interfering. So please, any member who opens up a mic, just mute him or her permanently, especially if it's a Z or an L, because I'm unable. Okay. So please mute those people. I can't identify them. Babum Ted.
May I pass our condolences to the family of Mark Ranseli, of Mark Alex Fain, who has just passed on. May his soul rest in peace. House Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters support the Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill. This legislation is a critical step in safeguarding our marine biodiversity and ecosystem, which are vital for South Africa's economic and environmental health. Our oceans, full of life, are under constant threat from oil pollution. This bill, therefore, is not just a regulatory framework, it is a commitment to preserve our natural heritage. However, while the bill's introduction is commendable, it requires significant strengthening to be truly effective. Firstly, the bill's approach to stakeholder engagement needs re-evaluation. Section 11 and subsection 3, which allows for industry representatives in the incident management organization, must ensure that it does not become a platform for corporate interests only. Instead, we advocate for a balanced representation that includes environmental groups and community representatives. It's imperative to hear the voices of those directly impacted by the marine oil pollution. Moreover, the bill lacks specificity in its punitive measures. Companies that fail to adhere to the regulations should face stringent penalties. We propose the introduction of higher safety standards and clear enforceable penalties for non-compliance. A mere slap on the wrist for environmental damage is unacceptable. Another critical point of concern is the bill's timeline for risk assessment. A 5-year interval is far too long and reflective of a reactive rather than a proactive approach to the environmental protection. We propose annual or biannual risk assessments to promptly identify and mitigate the impacts of oil operations. The change is essential for a government that truly cares about its marine resources. Further, the bill must prioritize regular inspections and monitoring. This will ensure that transportation activities comply with environmental regulations. We also emphasize the need for a regulatory body to oversee the inspections, preventing potential conflicts of interest and ensuring fairness of all companies, particularly small and medium enterprises. In addition, we cannot overlook the importance of advancing research and development in this area. Investing in technologies for preventing oil spillage, automatic detection, and efficient cleanup response or methods is crucial. This investment not only aids in immediate response efforts, but also aligns with global best practices in marine conservation. The bill's regional focus is commendable, but we must expand our scope. Engagement should not be limited to neighboring countries, but should extend to the entire African continent and other international partners such as international partners. Such collaborations can lead to an exchange of knowledge, resources, and best practices in managing oil spills. In closing, the economic freedom fighters recognize the bill as a positive step, but assert that it requires significant enhancements. It must be more inclusive, stringent, and proactive. Our commitment to protecting our marine life and ecosystem must be unwavering and reflect in every clause of this bill. We support this bill with the expectation of these crucial amendments being incorporated, ensuring a robust, effective, and inclusive framework for marine oil pollution. Thank you, House Chair, and that's it from me. At least
Thank you. Sithokoze Nyambozi. Babu Sithole.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the consideration of marine oil pollution is a critical aspect of our nation's security and environmental stewardship coming from Convention on Oil Pollution, preparedness, response, and cooperation. It is imperative that South Africa works toward ensuring that the responsible use of resources, economic growth, and environmental protection can go hand in hand. The OPRC present a vital framework through which can achieve this delicate balance. We must use the opportunity once that is presented by the OPRC through fostering international collaborations, enhancing our national security by mitigating risk associated with oil pollution accident. A robust response system ensures the protection of our coastlines, maritime activities, and economic stability that relies on their vital resources. It is recommended that South Africa looks into developing and implementing a robust monitoring system to track the movement of oil spill and facilitate timely reporting and action responses. This could be done through the use of satellite technology to monitor maritime. We must ensure that we take the necessary preventive measures and ensure regulatory efficiency. As with public-private partnership, there need to be one again responsible in South Africa, where both the government and private individuals are held responsible for their actions, which will have a genuine influence on the future generation of this country. We should look to introduce penalties for non-compliance in accordance with the ORPRC guidelines and provide incentives for companies that exceed environmental standards in their operations. The Inkatha Freedom Party is concerned about the current government ability to sufficiently give meaning to the convention and the bill through resources allocations and the implementation challenge that may be brought about. Our current economic outlook as painted by the Minister of Finance is incredibly blank, and such an important piece of legislation may fall on deaf ears among the competition for other interests and the need for the government investment. Regular training drills and exercise for response teams are at the core of ensuring lateness and the event of oil spill. As we stand here today debating this topic, I'm almost certain that different government departments do not know what role each may have in the event of oil spill. It is the responsibility of Department of Environment to take care of the entire mess. What about the border management and policy in apprehending the details of offending vessels? When should the Minister of International Relations activities and details oil spills, enable training and ability to respond properly to accident, even in remote offshore areas? The IFP do support the bill. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me.
Thank you, Chairperson. Marine Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill to give effect to the International Convention on Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response and Cooperation 1990 and to provide for matters connected therewith. Die doel van die wetsontwerp is om veilig en effektiewe beheer uit te oefen en die gebruik van bronne om stort van olie te beheer en te voorkom. Samewerking met buurlande is ook baie belangrik om oliebesoedeling te verminder en te beheer wat deur skepe en op die land geskied. Wye magte is ook aan inspekteurs gegee, waar daar redelike gronde bestaan dat die skip 'n oortreding begaan het, of waar daar in of op die skip enige artikel mag wees wat as bewysstuk kan dien binne die territoriale waters van die Republiek of 'n Suid-Afrikaanse skip op enige ander plek in die wêreld. Mag die inspekteur so 'n skip stop en daar beslag lê. Wat het aanleiding gegee tot die wetsontwerp? Oliebesoedeling vind meestal plaas as gevolg van die lekke of storting wat in groot hoeveelhede in die see vrygelaat word, met verwoestende gevolge vir die seelewe. Oliebesoedeling is nadelig vir seevoëls asook vis en skilpvis.
Ons kry dwars oor die wêreld gespesialiseerde persone asook veeartse wat omsien na wildlewe wat met die olie besoedel is. Die persone is opgelei om diere wat met olie besmet is, skoon te maak, te rehabiliteer en weer vry te laat. Kaapstad en Port Elizabeth beskik elk oor so 'n eenheid wat verantwoordelik is vir die rehabilitasie van diere. Ek het die voorreg gehad om Port Elizabeth, Kuipersee al te besoek. Ons vind egter oral langs die Suid-Afrikaanse kus vrywilligers wat hulle beywer om diere te red. Die belangrikste oorsake van besoedeling in die see is die direkte storting van afval in die see en vloei vanaf die land na die see as gevolg van reën. Slegs 1 liter olie kan tot 1 miljoen liter water besoedel. Dit verhoed dat plante en diere wat in water leef suurstof kry nie en dis vrek. Die besoedeling vanaf die stede en voertuie na die see is nou 20 keer hoër as 20 jaar gelede. Dit gebeur dat reën die olie laat afloop vanaf die stede na 'n rivier en so in die oseaan beland. Ongelukke deur skepe veroorsaak dat groot hoeveelhede olie gestort word en ernstige besoedeling vind dan plaas. Dit is wyd gedek deur die media en het die publiek bewus gemaak van hierdie ongelukkige gebeurtenisse. Tydens so 'n oliestorting kan groot skade gelei word en maak die wetsontwerp voorsiening vir skadevergoeding wat geëis kan word deur die benadeelde party. Die belangrikste van die wetsontwerp is dat 'n land te alle tye gereed moet wees, saam te werk met ander lande en in kontak te bly. Scheepvaart speel 'n belangrike rol in die vervoer van vrag tussen lande en daarom is beheer oor oliebesoedeling baie belangrik. Ek wil net noem dat gister toevallig in Nairobi, Kenia, het hulle begin om 170 nasies om te praat oor plastiek afval en hoe dit toeneem in die wêreld. Die rykste lande, die armste lande stort 8 keer meer as wat die ryk lande doen. En daarom rus daar 'n verantwoordelikheid op ons almal, en die regering, en die provinsie, en die munisipaliteite, om alles in ons vermoë te doen om die verspreiding van afval te verhoed. Dankie, voorsitter.
Baie dankie.
Die Freedom Front supports we bill. Thank you.
Dankie. Honorable Frank.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The AZDP is cognizant of the fact that marine oil pollution poses a significant threat to the health of oceans with a knock-on effect to humans, wildlife, birds, and marine animals. To address this worldwide challenge, international efforts have been consolidated under the framework of this Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness Response and Cooperation Bill. South Africa is found along a major shipping route with an estimated 30,000 vessels that pass our coastline annually. And regrettably, we have experienced several devastating oil spills, worst of which includes the SS Wafra oil tanker that spilled in 1971 and the MV Treasure, which sank 6 miles off our coast in June 2000. Thousands of barrels of crude oil were leaked into the ocean and led to over 20,000 penguins being covered in oil in one spill, let alone other marine animals. The ACDP agrees with Monica Starson of the Foundation for the Conservation of Coastal Birds, who argues that legislation and policy must be proactive in implementing evaluation of risks before a practice starts. And if it's found too risky, the practice must be stopped altogether. The instance of ship-to-ship fuel transfers known as bunkering, currently taking place in Algoa Bay, is common practice. This practice, however, takes place without any environmental impact assessments, and there have been 4 oil spills since 2016, causing serious unintended consequences to the environment. Honorable House Chair, oil contains high levels of toxic chemicals, including mercury, which can have dangerous effects on humans. Oil spill cleanup workers, for example, suffer from damaged immune, respiratory, and cardiac functions and carry high levels of toxicity that have long-term consequences. Additionally, people who eat seafood can also be exposed to traces of toxic chemicals, and swimming in beaches with high levels of oil poses a severe threat to human health. The ACDP cautions that we should not pay lip service to marine oil pollution, as this has serious consequences on human and coastal health, the tourist industry, and the economy. The ACDP supports this bill. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kwankwa. Mhlonishwa Kwankwa. Oh, okay. Anyone from ATM? I don't have a name. Good.
No, House Chair, we have no declaration or input.
Thank you. The Honorable Mansour Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Allow me by starting off by saying that the National Freedom Party will support this report tabled here today. But let me also remind this House on the latest report from the United Nations, which says Gaza is currently a children's graveyard. Gaza is currently a children's graveyard. That is how many little babies' bodies are lying. And what is this fight about? It's the coastline, it's the gas, and it's the oil, all strategically, and Gaza has hundreds of years of stockpile. That is what this war is all about. Chairperson, this particular bill and its amendments was necessitated as a result of some of the weaknesses in the bill. And of course, various submissions was received calling for more protection and stronger risk assessments or risk policies about marine and other wildlife that may be affected by marine oil spills. Now, I know we're talking about oil spills, but let me also say, let us not forget about the damage to the ocean by sewage spills as well. It's quite a serious problem which affects the country as a whole, marine life, tourism, etc. Now, this particular bill clarifies, of course, through its amendments, who will bear the cost of marine oil pollution, risk assessments, and the time frame within which it would be done, thus indicating that the owner or operator or any port facility, oil handling facility, or offshore installation must, at its cost after 2 years of the commencement of this act, undertake marine oil pollution risk assessment. Of course, timeframes have been inserted. Following concerns raised, submissions were also made proposed that requires adequately trained personnel that must be present on ships, falling within the MARPOL regime, along with other already proposed requirements in the bill. The bill also defines what would constitute a small, medium, or large spill by referring to tonnage of spills. Adding to the function of inspectors is the allowance to consider samples and of photographic evidence. The National Freedom Party, having considered this, is quite satisfied and supports the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Jafta.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the bill aims to provide for the safe, effective, and efficient management and deployment of resources in respect of spills of oil or any other pollutant from ships or any act which pollutes or threatens to pollute South African waters, aquatic resources, coastline, or related interest. The bill is also progressive as it seeks to incorporate into our law the relevant provisions of the International Convention on Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response, and Cooperation. The South African Maritime Safety Authority will be the custodian of the bill once the bill is passed into law. The authority under the bill has been given additional functions, including establishing and maintaining the National Marine Oil Pollution Response Equipment Inventory. The extraterritorial work of the South African Maritime Safety Authority under the bill will include establishing rapport with neighboring countries with which South Africa has concluded a regional agreement. This report will be predicated on providing advisory services, technical support, and equipment to the requesting country. The application of the Maritime Pollution Control Act to the bill is also commendable in the main because it provides the necessary coordination of functions and synergy. We support the bill, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone from COPE? PAC?
Honorable
Al-Jama?
Chair, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Baba. Nyanzo?
Honorable Chair, no declaration from PAC, but we support the bill.
Thank you very much. Al-Jama?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, it is with great pleasure that Al-Jama supports the bill, and we would like to thank the Portfolio Committee for their hard work, because in order to save the planet, you need to save the oceans. And the future generations will also always be grateful for this Portfolio Committee. The bill focuses largely on oil pollution, but it also hints at other forms of pollution of the ocean. And this was largely in the hands of the provisions of the NEM. Those blue scorpions.
We can't
So
hear
that is
you.
why
We are losing
Al-Jama.
you. We are losing you, Honorable Hendricks.
Okay, Honorable Chair, have you got me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I was saying that we had the blue scorpions who wasn't effective, but now this bill provides for a more effective enforcement agency. Al-Jama is still worried about the effects of sewerage pollution, where so much sewerage is pumped into the ocean, not
You are gone again.
killing, our snook, Honorable House Chair, I think you like Cape Town snook. Our snook was poisoned because of the sewerage of the Zandvlei plant run at the time by the Democratic Alliance, where they pumped millions of liters of sewerage, raw sewerage, poorly treated sewerage in the ocean. And the blue scorpions was too hopeless to enforce the NEMA Act, although we got 3 determinations against the mayor at the time, against the city. But we are very happy that we are making tremendous progress with this bill, and Al-Jama supports this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maramado.
Ndolibuwa muulisei mlangadzulo kavantendere ndilumelise chimebi chihulwane vophemi majodina na mthusa chimebi chihulwane vo Doris Dakude, mirado ya butano la lushaka, vadzulapo va Afrika Tshipembe, ndisa hangwi na dziminista na deputy ministers vane va vha hone ndi masiari. Muhulisei Mulangadzulo, the ANC support the Marine Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Responses and Cooperation Bill. This bill is one of the pieces of legislation which Portfolio Committee on Transport is bringing before the House for consideration and approval. All of the legislation on marine oil pollution is critical for the oceans and is based on international standards for the prevention and control of marine oil pollution. While it is correct that the country implements the highest safety and environment standard in all modes of transport, it is critical that the shipping industry is able to operate in an efficient and safe manner. Given South Africa's geography being far away from international markets, shipping plays a crucial role in assuring economic development and growth for the country. The ocean's economy serves the national economic interest of the country, both internally and externally. Internally, the ports and shipping industry is a major positive source of economic activity, which contribute to the GDP of the country and creates both direct and indirect jobs. As part of the development of the ocean economy and implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, the development of local coastal microeconomics is a crucial part of infrastructure development through the development of small harbors. Externally, the ports and shipping industry enable the movement and transport of exports and imports for the country, without which the country's economy is unable to efficiently function. This legislation before the House is critical to ensure the preservation of marine life and the ocean environment, which is critical to the well-being and growth of the economy. Moreover, through preventing marine oil pollution, the country enables the efficient functioning of the shipping industry and ensures that the fishing industry can function in our territorial waters for the benefit of the country. This requires both legislation and regulation to ensure that there is no marine pollution in South Africa waters, and also to ensure that the country has the capacity and capability to deal with any marine oil pollution incidents. The Marine Oil Pollution Preparedness, Responses and Cooperation Bill is such legislation. The bill is based on the international standards to ensure marine oil.
Akbar Hendricks, Assembly.
The bill is based on international standards to ensure marine oil pollution control as it is applying to South Africa law, the International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response and Cooperation, developed by the International Maritime Organization. South Africa is a part of the International Maritime Organization, and as part of its international commitments, obliged to follow international maritime protocols and even apply them to South African law. While it is important that South Africa applies the best international standard and practice, as there is no logical reason as to why it should not apply international best practice. However, the legislation also seeks to protect the country's national economic interest. Therefore, it should be supported as it based on best international standard and seek to protect the marine environment and economy of the country. This bill seeks to ensure that the country has legislation which ensures that the country and all those in the marine oil industry in terms of shipping and facilities have a risk mitigation plan to prevent marine oil pollution and are able to deal with any incident. This bill means that the formative action must be taken to ensure safety and prevention first to prevent any marine oil pollution incident and having the capability and capacity to deal with any incident if it occurs. However, the preservation and sustainability of the marine environment is best protected through having a risk mitigation plan, through ensuring a plan by all players in the shipping and oil industry, having safety and prevention plan to avoid marine oil pollution control. There are many positive contributions which the portfolio committee received through written comments and oral presentations. It's not from one province. A number of government departments and SOEs were consulted prior to the drafting of the bill, such as forestry, fisheries and environment, as well as Transnet. Presentations were received from SANCOB, were welcome the legislation as it is significant step in improving South Africa's preparedness for marine oil pollution. And it was pleased to see that a wildlife response has been included under several points of the bill. It also raised important matters on clearly defining the risk methodology to be utilized, as well as the ship-to-ship oil transfer, which happens at sea or on oil and gas exploration. This contribution was well received and incorporated. SANCOB also raised concern around the level of capacity, personnel and resources within government and implement the various activities listed in the bill. SANCOB strongly argues that the government determines the capacity required to implement the bill successfully and plans for it accordingly. The South African petroleum industry also welcomed the legislation and views it as a key milestone in improving the institutional infrastructure and capacity to effectively manage marine oil spills in South Africa. SAPIA advocates separation between land-based spills and marine spills, as land-based spills are
Joseph.
in terms of NEMA. The bill now deals with marine oil pollution, not land-based spills. It also suggested that the establishment of Marine Pollution Preparedness and Response Fund is a significant development and requires proper consultation and engagement via regulation. The departments need to consult with stakeholders in this regard, and a transparent process is necessary, as this is a critical part of implementation of the legislation on marine oil pollution. Stakeholders also contributed to the clarity of the definition and on risk assessment of the potential of and prevention of any incident of pollution. Amendments suggested the obligation should be placed on the owner and operator to undertake a marine oil pollution risk assessment. And a failure to uphold this obligation will be the basis for the offense contemplated in clause 31B. Clarity was also provided through the amendment to clearly indicate who bears the cost of marine oil pollution risk assessment and the timeframes within which it must be done, thus indicating that the owner or operator of any port facility, oil handling facility, or offshore installation must at its cost after 2 years of the commencement of this act undertake marine oil pollution risk assessment. Further details was required of the review panel's pollution incident. There was also clarification of the protection of designated marine protected areas, approval of risk mitigation and prevention plans by a person rather than just an authority, as well as ensure that staff is trained in oil pollution control. Clarity was also sought of the coordinating structure responsible for dealing with incidents, as well as the appointment of the panel to deal with oil spill incidents and size of spill. There was strong focus on the protection of wildlife in marine areas, such as birds, and when there is an oil spill. adding to the list of offenses instance where a person provides a false statement or account of event related to a pollution incident and attempt to hide or conceal the extent of the oil pollution incidents. There will be no additional financial implication to the budget of the department as a result of the enactment of the bill. The department will need to discuss with SAMSA the reprioritization of the budget to ensure that it is able to carry out inspections and acquire the further equipment. The bill is timely in that there is increased shipping via the South African coastline. This is largely due to the fact that the global economy activity has normalized post COVID-19. Moreover, post-development has taken cognizance of the fact that economies of scale of container ships have increased the size of vessels to enable docking at domestic ports. This means that these vessels, like very large crude carriers, cannot go through the Suez Canal and have to go around the South African coastline. Therefore, it is important that the country is prepared from a marine oil pollution perspective to effect the prevention of any incident and to be able to deal with any incident given increased shipping traffic around the country coastline. The portfolio committee approved the bill with amendment as well as approved the committee report on the bill. Muhulisei Murangadzulo, Rinesa committee, Rodzulanga Ramba nga mafungo haya ahoyu mulayo tibe. Zvino uri karushaka rwa Afrika Chipembe na vadzulapo. Rikori rineria diba uri ribagai. Una marofo shuru wa achikoshuela hei democracy. Ripanda nga African National Congress panda. Ririkaba dingwalise. Na hone ba voted African National Congress to defend your democratic gains. Panda na ANC panda. Dolibuwa.
Dolebuwa Bumara Madwa. May I allow the Minister of Transport to respond to the debate?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I just want to thank all members who participated in this debate and also thank them for supporting the bill. This indeed, Chairperson, proves our understanding of the importance of preserving life at sea. Thank you, Honorable Mapena, for the well wishes. Indeed, we are recovering from the ordeal. I just want, although, to indicate that our oceans are a national asset, and they do not belong to any province. They belong to all South Africans and all of us on an equal basis, whether we are landlocked province or coastal province. I also want to indicate, to assure members who raised quite a number of issues, that most of the details that honorable members raised, some will be covered in the regulations, then maybe in the legislation itself. I also want to indicate, Chair, that to indicate the importance of prevention of any marine oil pollution, South Africa is this time around being audited by IMO, that is International Maritime Organization, for safety of life at sea. The auditors from Germany, Liberia, Turkey, and Cyprus arrived in South Africa during this past weekend, and the audit started on Monday, and they'll be here with us for 2 weeks. And we do hope that we are going to make it in that debate, which of course will be confirming our commitment as we are doing, as we are adopting and supporting this bill. Also in December, Chairperson, South Africa will be standing for re-election into the IMO Council, that is International Maritime Organization Council. We will be contesting in Part C, and 25 countries will be standing for 20 seats, and South Africa will be contesting in that for the 20 seats. I know, Chairperson, that all South Africans and members of Parliament will be supporting South Africa for re-election. In that regard, I thank all the members and thank you, Chairperson, for participating in the bill, in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As I ask as to whether there are any objections to the bill being read a second time. No objections agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Marine Oil Pollution, Preparedness, Response and Cooperation Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on Divorce Amendment Bill.
Thank you. I will allow the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Magwanishe, to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party and Honorable Members. In Women's Legal Center Trust versus the President of the Republic of South Africa and others, the Constitutional Court recognized the importance of protecting Muslim women and children of Muslim marriages in the instance of the dissolution of a Muslim marriage. The non-recognition of Muslim marriages in civil law means that a person who is married in terms of the Islamic law only has no right to approach a court of law for a decree of divorce. The Constitutional Court held that the Divorce Act of 1979 is inconsistent with the Constitution. Section 6, Section 7, subsection 3, Section 9, subsection 1 of the Divorce Act of 1979 are unconstitutional. On the dissolution of the marriage, these fail to safeguard the interests of minor or dependent children of Muslim marriages in the same manner as children of other marriages. They also fail to provide for the redistribution of assets and fail to make provision for the forfeiture of patrimonial benefits in the same terms as other dissolved marriages. The court gave the executive and parliament 24 months to remedy the constitutional defects. That is by 28 June 2024. Although the court provided measures that apply in the meantime, these lapse at the end of the 24-month period. The Department of Home Affairs is busy drafting a single marriage bill, which will also deal with divorce, but the legislation will not be finalized in time to meet the Constitutional Court deadline. This bill is therefore intended to address the identified constitutional defects to ensure that women in a Muslim marriage, children and dependent of a Muslim marriages are protected. The bill does not constitute or replace an Islamic divorce. Persons who are in Muslim marriages and wish to be granted a religious divorce will still need to follow the Islamic law. The bill was introduced on the 20th of July, 2023, and referred to the Committee for Consideration and Report. I now table this report for your kind consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties that wish to make declarations. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. As stated in the report of the committee presented by the Chair, this bill aims to give effect to the judgment in the case of the Women's Legal Center Trust versus the President, in which the Constitutional Court recognized the need for and importance of protecting Muslim women and children, particularly in instance of the dissolution of a Muslim marriage, on the basis that non-recognition of such marriages has the practical and legal effect of unfairly discriminating against such women and minors. Now, Chair, importantly, as is confirmed in the report and in line with this judgment, the bill merely allows persons who are spouses in Muslim marriages to get divorced in terms of the civil law. It does not constitute or replace an Islamic divorce and does not deal with the substantive provisions of Muslim personal law and Sharia law. Now, the Constitutional Court carefully avoided expressing an opinion on the constitutionality of the substantive provisions of the Sharia law. But the reality is, of course, Chair, that in dealing with divorces of persons who married in terms of Muslim practices and law, our courts will henceforth be under an absolute obligation in terms of Section 39 of the Constitution to interpret and apply the amended Divorce Act in a manner that must promote the spirit, purport, and objects of the Bill of Rights. And they will be able to only apply the substantive provisions of the Sharia law during such divorce proceedings for as long as the rights afforded to persons in terms of this law are consistent with the Bill of Rights. So while the right to religious freedom we all enjoy is not a lesser right than the other rights afforded to us in the Bill of Rights, it must be very clear that in shying away from dealing with a less privileged position of women and children in Sharia law, we will be placing judicial officers in a very difficult position. All of this, Chair, could have been avoided if this government had dealt with the matter over the 20 years that has passed since the release of the South African Law Reform Commission report on Islamic marriages and related matters in 2003. A report that recommended the recognition of these marriages and which proposed a raft of measures to register, regulate, and deal with the dissolution of Muslim marriages. So we appreciate the fact that to balance the competing rights in play will not be easy. The Constitution in Section 15(1) provides that everyone has the freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. But in 15(3)(a), it also states that this section does not prevent legislation from recognizing marriages or systems of personal or family law under any tradition, but adds, and that's very important, that this can only be done and as far as such recognition is consistent with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Therefore, Chair, it's unavoidable that what will follow next is litigation to deal with, for example, the constitutionality of the talaq, defined as the dissolution of a Muslim marriage by a husband in a unilateral manner and in terms of a right only he enjoys, as well as the patrimonial consequences of such a dissolution of marriage by what is effectively a repudiation of the spouse. Furthermore, it remains to be seen whether women, on their own behalf and on behalf of the minor children for which they will be responsible after a divorce, will be able to assert the rights afforded to them by this amendment of process in the face of substantive provisions which for now could unfortunately only continue to work to entrench their fragile socio-economic position and the unfair discrimination they are subjected to by the substantive provisions of the law, and which was not dealt with by the Constitutional Court. But ultimately, as this is a small measure, which in a little way will assist women and children in Muslim marriages, we will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Lochani, Benislalo. Honorable Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters is in support of the Divorce Amendment Bill. We still condemn the destruction of family unity by the apartheid government of Israel and the capitalists who are killing women and children in the DRC. This bill is a step in the right direction in bringing previously excluded groups into the protection given to most of by the Constitution. The bill, as the chairperson said, emanate from the Constitutional Court judgment in the Women's Legal Center Trust versus the President of the Republic of South Africa and others, in terms of which the court ruled that the Divorce Act was unconstitutional to the extent that it failed to recognize Muslim marriages which have not been registered as civil marriages as valid marriages. This judgment is an important judgment in our continuously evolving jurisprudence on the constitutionalization of customs and religious beliefs. It affects the whole spectrum of rights, including the destruction of assets and the dissolution of Muslim marriages, patrimonial benefits, as well as rights to maintenance of children born of Muslim marriages. The court rightfully bemoaned the exclusion of women and children born out of these marriages. We are in support of the amendment that now ensures that Muslim marriages would be treated the same as civil marriages. This gives the certainty of judicial which women married according to Muslim customs were not provided with. Chairperson, the fact that it has taken this long to regulate the rights of couples in Muslim marriages is very concerning. It speaks to the need to have a law of general application relating to marriages, while still maintaining the rights and integrity of customs and those who adhere to specific beliefs and customs. While appreciating the evolutionary nature of customary law, more specifically, it is important to have legislation that prescribes basic minimum standards. The Recognition of Customary Marriages Act may need to be reviewed as well going forward. The ultimate goal must be to ensure that while the institution of marriage is respected, women and children in particular who have been victims of abuse and neglect get the full spectrum of rights available to them. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP. Professor?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. This much needed bill seeks to fill a vacuum in our marriage laws, particularly when it comes to Muslim marriages. This is a very critical piece of legislation, as currently Muslim women dependents and minors are not legally provided for in the distribution of assets during the dissolution of a marriage. As one may anticipate, this is a legal flaw in which unprotected individuals can fall prey to the shortcoming of our laws. The IFP notes that by passing this bill, we will be considering and safeguarding the interest of women, dependents, and minors in Muslim marriages. As a country that is rich in diverse cultures, ethnicities, and religions, our laws and subsequent implementation of said laws need to heavily reflect this. The negation of formal recognition and protection of the dissolution of marriages entered into and concluded under the provisions of Islam denies Muslim individuals their constitutional rights and protection. Honorable Chair, this is a step in the right direction in terms of ensuring that legislation consistent with the purpose of Section 9, 10, 28, and 34 of the Constitution by guaranteeing Muslim women and their children equal protection by our laws and courts when it comes to issues such as maintenance, guardianship, and care. The adoption and enforcement of this bill should never be viewed through the lens of an attempt to replace traditional Islamic law. Individuals who do not wish to terminate their marriage through civil law are are at liberty to do so in terms of existing provisions and practices. Honorable Chair, the IFP does not concern that, notes with concern that almost 3 decades into democracy, Muslim marriages, as well as the interest of children born into Muslim marriages, are still not recognized or protected. The IFP supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. South Africa is a community of communities. This has been the view of the Freedom Front Plus since its formation in 1994. The South Africa that we know is not a homogeneous country, as is recognized by the coat of arms, United in Diversity. It says 30 years since 1994, and still provision has to be made to accommodate the diverse character and nature of linguistic, cultural, and language groups of South Africa, and in this instance to include the provision for the dissolution of Muslim marriages. House Chair, there is no one-size-fits-all solution for South Africa. More unity will achieve more recognition, and by more recognition of minority groups. More recognition should be given to a government to all the minorities of South Africa. The Freedom Front Plus will therefore support the recognition of the amendment of the divorce bill for Muslim marriages. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ACGP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP appreciates the very precarious position that faces spouses, dependents, and minor children on the dissolution of Muslim marriages. And as pointed out in the Constitutional Court case of the Women's Legal Trust court case, the situation is intolerable, and this has resulted in the court ordering Parliament to amend the legislation, and the bill before us seeks to do just that by amending the Divorce Act to insert a definition of a Muslim marriage, to provide for the protection and safeguard the interest of dependent and minor children of a Muslim marriage, and to provide for the redistribution of assets on the dissolution of a Muslim marriage, and to provide for the forfeiture of patrimonial benefits of a Muslim marriage, and to provide for matters in connection with that. Now, very clearly, this is very important, and the ACDP supports the bill, given the precarious situation. However, we do regret that it has taken so long to address the situation. However, better late than never. Having said that, the ACDP is very clear that South Africa is a shining example of tolerance and understanding of different faiths and beliefs. And this bill, belated as it is, recognizes that fact. But it is against this background that the violent disruption of a peaceful Christian prayer rally organized by the concerned Christian clergy of the Western Cape in Sea Point on Sunday must be condemned in the strongest possible manner. It must be condemned by all those who embrace tolerance, the right to protest, and freedom of expression. We also, as the ACDP, condemn all forms of hate speech towards the Jewish community and its schools. This is naked anti-Semitism. Naked anti-Semitism, Honorable Mandela. Whilst we may differ starkly on the tragic events in Israel and Gaza, let us be tolerant of the views of those that differ from us. That is the remark of responsible leadership and a maturing democracy. The ACDP will support this bill, but rest assured that such disruptions will not detract Christians from continuing to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. We are constrained to do in Psalms. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM? UDM? Oh, sorry. ATM? Order, honorable members. ATM? Good.
House.
Honorable Masuku, please, mute. I'm sorry, Honorable Heron, are you speaking?
Yes, Chair, I was just saying we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Order,
First of all, the National Freedom Party will support the bill tabled here today. I'm surprised when I hear my honorable colleague talk about Christians.
Honorable, thank you, ma'am. Honorable Minister Zigalala and Honorable Masuku, please mute. Proceed, Honorable Member. I'm sorry for that.
I'm surprised when my colleague, Honorable Swart, talks about Christians. Yes, there are so many Christians that were massacred and churches were burnt, and he never said a single thing about it. Now, that's the highest level of hypocrisy that I've seen before. So don't use religion to get votes. Christians, Muslims, and Jews have always lived side by side. Don't use that to get votes. Now, let me just say this again. We talk about divorce in this house. Right now, over 10,000 men, women, and children have been divorced, separated from their mothers, their fathers, for life, for good. They have been massacred by the Zionist state of Israel.
Honorable table staff, do you have the session on your laptops? Because I need to see hands. Honorable Sring, did you raise your hand?
Raise a point of order, Chair. I wanted to know whether the Honorable would take a... My hand is raised, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
I wanted to know whether the Honorable Sheikh Imam would take a question.
Honorable Sheikh, are you taking a question?
Yes, Chairperson, I'll take the question.
Proceed, Honorable Sring.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to know whether the Honorable Imam, Sheikh Imam, spoke out against the atrocities committed in Lebanon when hundreds of thousands of Christians were murdered, whether Sheikh Imam spoke out against the hundreds of thousands of Christians who were massacred by Islamists in Nigeria and other parts of Africa.
You said a question, please. One question. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Go into the history of humanity and you'll see who is responsible for creating terrorists. I am the one that stood in this house, Chairperson, and condemned the burning of churches and things in India, but not one member of the ACDP said that. Not one member. So I can say this, that I will condemn any atrocities against any human being anywhere in the world, irrespective of what your religion is, your race is, or your gender is.
Thank you.
Now, let me come back to this, Chairperson. Something very important I want to educate people in this house today. And let me tell you what Sharia says. And there's also a misinterpretation and concept of what the issue is when you marry. You know, the Holy Quran says that you may marry 2, 3, or 4. But if you cannot treat them equally in every aspect, then you must stick to one. Now, taking an additional wife, Chairperson, was only encouraged during the time of war because there were many widows that lived. And in order to give them dignity and protection and give them rights and love and respect and provide for them, that is the reason why that was encouraged. But let me also say that in terms of Sharia law, women are treated absolutely equal. It is the responsibility of the man to provide food, clothing, shelter, and respect even after divorce. But let me say, give you one more step. It is quoted in the Holy Quran that's so serious that we take the issue of divorce, that it is stated that as if an earthquake has taken place when a man and a woman divorce. That's how seriously it is taken. But we're supporting this bill because indeed we believe everyone must be protected. I have seen many people from different faiths when they die. Children are not getting any benefits. Wives are not getting benefits. They're leaving many children, many wives around and not protecting and making sure that they benefit from it. So the NFP supports this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. AIC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Divorce Amendment Bill is a sequel to the Constitutional Court judgment in Women's Legal Center Trust versus President of the Republic of South Africa and others. In that case, the court affirmed the rights of married Muslim women and children born out of Muslim marriages. Under the old Divorce Act, Muslim marriages under civil law were not recognized. This meant these women had no right to approach civil courts for a decree of divorce. The Divorce Act was also problematic in the following respects. It failed to safeguard the interest of minor or dependent children of Muslim marriages in the same manner as children of other marriages on the dissolution of the marriage, failed to provide for the redistribution of assets on the dissolution of a Muslim marriage, and also failed to make provision for the forfeiture of patrimonial benefits on the dissolution of a Muslim marriage in the same terms as other dissolved marriages. The differentiation between married Muslim women and women in other civil marriages was unfairly discriminating the Muslim women. The differentiation mirrored that of gay men wishing to get married. Before the Civil Unions Act, the Marriage Act had placed restrictions on this kind of marriage. As a human rights-centric society, we commend these major legislative shifts. The Constitutional Court has again intervened in a matter that was patently discriminatory to married Muslim women. We support, Honorable Chair, the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cope. PAC.
Honorable Chair, PAC supports the bill.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Al-Jama has indicated that the Portfolio Committee that it rejects the final version of the amendments to the Divorce Act. We know that it is as a result of a Concord order, and this exclusion was based on the non-recognition of Muslims' nikah certificate, that is a Muslim marriage ceremony in accordance with Sharia Islamic law. This nikah certificate could not be used to obtain a valid South African marriage certificate, which would grant Muslim women the same rights as other South African women enjoy. Returning to the nikah certificate, Honorable House Chair, I've met with Home Affairs Minister Dr. Aaron, who confirmed that the first nikah certificate was presented to the front desk at the Home Affairs Department in Cape Town recently. This nikah certificate is now formally registered and it features on the South African National Population Register. So there is no need for amendments to the Divorce Act. Now I have to state my position as a Muslim and my oath of office as a member of parliament. Regarding the amendments that appear in the latest version of the Divorce Act, we can categorically state that Muslim ulama bodies, religious leaders, as well as Muslim women organizations and children groups were not consulted. This concern was also raised by the Honorable Dr. Wilma Nieuwe-Drugen. They consulted COSATU. How can COSATU speak on behalf of the Muslim community? And then not a single Muslim was consulted. While the amended bill may meet a Concord judgment, it remains unconstitutional as women from other religious groups such as Hindus and Jews, other than Muslim women in religious marriages, will still not have access to the divorce court. How can the Minister of Justice mislead this House and present a bill that will become an act that will remain unconstitutional? He's making a joke of this House. So Al-Jama holds the view that no woman should be left out. Therefore, I call on Parliament's National Council of Provinces and the Presidency to reject these amendments, even if this House approves it. You can't rewrite our Sharia. You can't get a judge to replace the decision of a ulama body to annul a divorce or a husband's right to call a talak. So this is an affront not only to the Muslims in South Africa, but 2 billion Muslims all over the court, all over the world. The Constitution provides for reasonable accommodation on matters concerning marriages, and this has been outrightly ignored. These amendments will be despised by every South African Muslim in South Africa. So I'm very disappointed that this bill has been supported by most parties. I don't think that they've applied their mind properly. Al-Jamaa rejects this bill in its entirety, and it was thrown in the
Honorable
waste paper
Hendricks, your
basket.
time is up. Thank you. The ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the Executive, members of the House, Chief Whip, and honorable members, the ANC rises in support of this divorce amendment bill. Before I continue, I'd like the House to know that the minister said it here already. We are not amending the Sharia law at all. This is not what we are doing. The minister made it very clear. This bill is as a result of a Constitutional Court judgment in the case of the Women's Legal Center Trust, vis-a-vis the President of South Africa and others. The court recognized the need and importance of protection of Muslim women and children in a Muslim marriage in the case of a dissolution of a marriage. The court recognized that the non-recognition of Muslim marriages in civil courts and in Muslim law only, no right to approach, that women have no right to approach the court for a decree of a divorce. The Constitutional Court held that the Divorce Act of 1997 is inconsistent with Section 9, Section 10, 28, and 34 of the Constitution. In particular, it held that Section 6, 7 sub 3, and 9 sub 1 of the Divorce Act is unconstitutional, as it failed to safeguard the interest of minor or dependent children of a Muslim marriage in the same manner as children of any other marriage on the dissolution of the marriage. The court held that the 1997 Act also failed to provide for the redistribution of assets on the dissolution of a Muslim marriage and failed to make provision for the forfeiture of patrimonial benefits on the dissolution of the Muslim marriage. This in the same terms as other dissolved marriages. Considering the dictates of a democratic society where the human rights are entrenched, the court remarked that there is no justification and a reason why children who are born from a Muslim marriage do not enjoy oversight of Section 6 of the Divorce Act, which relates to care and maintenance. It went further to say that there is no justification why children should not be protected by the statutory basis in a marriage or receive any further protection provided in Section 12 of the Children's Act, as well as Section 24 of the Marriage Act. The WLCT case remarked the diversion from the current position that Muslim couples who are married within Sharia law can be afforded statutory protection of the South African legal system if it pertains to civil marriages, and in addition to their marriage under Islamic law, which is also registered as a civil marriage. The purpose of the Divorce Amendment Bill 23 is B22 of 2023 is to ensure that to provide for the protection and in the safeguard of the dependents and minor children in a Muslim marriage, to provide for equal distribution of assets in the dissolution of the Muslim marriage, as well as to provide for the forfeiture of patrimonial benefits for a Muslim marriage in matters enjoined to them. Chairperson, the strategic objectives of the ANC is the transformation of our country united in a non-racial, non-sexist and prosperous society. The question of gender equality, as framed by the principle of non-sexism, is central to the ANC's program of the National Democratic Revolution. This bill is very important for the advancement of women's rights, as well as those of children. It contributes to a more just and equitable society. I close with the words of the longest-serving president of the ANC, President O.R. Tambo, where he said that South Africa will never be free as long as women are not free. Close quote. Indeed, on the basis, if we have to judge the liberation of the country, we take note to the extent of where our women are free. The ANC supports the bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The secretary will read the fourth order.
Second reading, Divorce Amendment Bill.
Thank you. I will now put the question. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
No.
No objections. The bill is agreed to, will be read a second time.
Fourth Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The secretary will now read the fifth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on regulation of interception of communications and provision of communication-related information amendment bill.
Thank you. The chairperson, Honorable Magwanyisa, please introduce the report.
Chairperson, can I get just 1 minute? I was under the impression that you are going to call for candidates. So can I just get 1 minute to change the list?
What is it?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. In Amapungane Center for Investigative Journalism, NPC, and another versus the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services and others, the Constitutional Court confirmed that the regulation of interception of communications and provisions of communication-related information Act of 2002 is unconstitutional to the extent that it fails to provide adequate safeguards to protect the right to privacy as buttressed by the rights of access to courts, freedom of expression and the media, and legal privilege. The Constitutional Court suspended the order of unconstitutionality for 36 months so that Parliament could cure the constitutional defects, that is by the 3rd of February, 2024. The court granted interim relief by way of a reading in of certain provisions to RICA, which provisions apply for the duration of the suspension. Briefly, the bill seeks to amend RICA to provide for the designation of an independent designated judge and an independent review judge, as well as for the powers and functions of the review judge. The tenure of the designated judge and the review judges. Adequate safeguards where the subject of surveillance is a journalist or a practicing lawyer. Post-surveillance notifications, adequate safeguards to address the fact that interception directions are sought ex parte. Adequate procedure to ensure that data obtained after the communications are intercepted is managed lawfully and not used or interfered with unlawfully. Procedures to be followed for the processing, examining, copying, sharing, disclosing, sorting through, using, storing, or destroying of any data, and the safeguarding of data. The bill was introduced on the 29th of August 2023 and referred to the committee for consideration and report. The committee acknowledges that the bill addresses the Constitutional Court order in a minimalist fashion. The bill is intended as an interim measure to address the defects identified by the Constitutional Court within the given time frame and is not a comprehensive reform of RICA. The committee urges the minister to introduce a bill that will comprehensively overhaul RICA to achieve the correct balance of rights and interests by the end of January 2025. I now table this report for your kind consideration.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted by this August House. Thank you.
I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declarations will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. But you didn't want him to deliver mine. Honorable members, this bill addresses the Constitutional Court order in a minimalist fashion, falling short of the comprehensive reform of RICA that is required to prevent future abuse, as well as the specific objections raised in submissions received. The committee notes that the bill is intended as an interim measure to address the defects identified by the Constitutional Court and is not a comprehensive reform of RICA. The committee was informed that the Department of Justice will develop the necessary legislation and consequently urges the ministry to introduce a bill that comprehensively overhauls RICA to achieve the correct balance of rights and interests by the end of January 2025. Furthermore, the committee will include a recommendation addressing the need for comprehensive legislation in its legacy report for the incoming committee of the 7th Parliament to prioritize. However, the reality is that this poor incoming committee is due to deal with a comprehensive overhaul of a comprehensive list of legislative instruments. And when the Deputy Minister and the Department were pressed to provide a timeline, it of course could not do so. This bill should not be seen in isolation, but as part of a general approach by the state to continue to surveil its citizens, largely with impunity. We should read this together with the GILAB bill, which seen together create the impression of a sinister doubling down approach on personal freedoms. It's in considering this that the refusal of the executive to even consider introducing a public advocate into the ex parte application process should be seen. This could have added another layer of assurance to the public that the state will only apply for permission to monitor their activities and their communications when necessary and only for as far as necessary, while placing all relevant information before the reviewing judge. As has become standard when this government is confronted with a reasonable proposal such as this, the committee was supplied with a research note biased towards non-inclusion. The convenience of the state and this government clearly trumps the rights of ordinary people in terms of the worldview of this government. Ironically, if one looks at the international best practice and our problems with grey listing, those countries who have made the biggest strides in dealing with organized crime and corruption afford law enforcement agencies strongest powers of surveillance, which is always accompanied by equally strong safeguards against abuse. Clearly, our government does not have the political will to follow best practice. Furthermore, this bill does not deal with other pressing issues, such as the total freedom with which unrecorded SIM cards, for example, are sold at every corner shop, with no possibility of regulation or identification. It is these cards used daily in the commission of organized crime and racketeering that should be legislated and enjoy the attention of lawmakers. This bill is a sticking plaster over a massive gaping wound. It fails to address even the most basic pressing issues. And all of this is at the expense of South Africans. We cannot support it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. EFF.
Chairperson, this bill is also a product of protracted litigation, and we are legislating today because the Correctional Court found something wrong with legislation that was passed through this House. In the Amapungane Center for Investigative Journalism and Others versus Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, the Correctional Court ruled that the RICA Act was unconstitutional because it failed to provide adequate safeguards to protect the privacy of individuals. More specifically, the court ruled that RICA was unconstitutional in as far as it failed to provide for safeguards to ensure that a judge designated in terms of Section 1 is sufficiently independent, provide for notifying the subject of surveillance of the fact of her or his surveillance as soon as notification can be given without jeopardizing the purpose of surveillance after surveillance has been terminated, adequately provide safeguards to address the fact that interception directions are sought and obtained ex parte, adequately prescribe procedures to ensure that data obtained pursuant to the interception of communication is managed lawfully and is not used or interfered with unlawfully, including prescribing procedures to be followed for examining, copying, sharing, sorting through, using, storing, or destroying the data, and provide adequate safeguards where the subject of surveillance is a practicing lawyer or journalist. These are fundamental to human freedoms, and knowing the depth of abuse of state resources by the ruling party and an amended act gave those in power unfettered powers to use state resources to keep all of us under surveillance without our knowledge and without the full vetting of the interest of the presiding judge responsible for authorizing the surveillance. This was one also of the findings of the public protector in the report issued against SARS. We are therefore in support of the provisions in clause 15A of the bill, which provides for an appointment of a designated judge. So we welcome the checks and balances applied in appointment of a review judge as well, including the functions of that judge. More importantly, we welcome the amendment that will ensure that those doing the surveillance are obligated to inform those who are put under surveillance. However, the provision that authorities must only notify the subject of surveillance only 90 days after the surveillance has been done is not enough to provide the kind of protection to privacy needed. The protection the bill gives to lawyers and journalists in as far as the protection of sources in case of journalists and client information in case of lawyers ought to be extended to a number of other professions, including doctors. We acknowledge the importance of giving the state powers to conduct surveillance to keep the nation safe. We, however, know that the ruling party uses this power to spy on opponents and to use its information to eliminate competition. Therefore, we ought to have severe sanctions of this behavior. Despite these misgivings, we are in support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Honorable House Chair. The rule of law is supreme in South Africa, and the guardian legislation of that supremacy is our constitution. Enshrined within the Chapter 2 Bill of Rights in the Constitution is the right to privacy, and as is mentioned in the report, as buttressed by the rights of access to courts, freedom of expression, and the media and legal privilege. Our Constitutional Court rightfully declared RICA to be unconstitutional to the extent that failed to adequately provide safeguards regarding instances where it could be abused by third parties. The RICA Amendment Bill before us today seeks to correct the previous legislation's inadequacies and strengthen its safeguards against abuse, notably in providing adequate checks and balances where the subject of surveillance is a journalist or practicing lawyer. Chairperson, we live in an age of uncharted connectivity, the Internet of Things, and the World Wide Web. There is no such thing as 100% data security, and most likely there never will be. Open source intelligent analysts and even armchair computer users can gather a great deal of information about any person of interest just with a few strokes of the keyboard. Add to this the infrequent but not irregular various data breaches by large organizations such as our credit bureau, which contains the private information of millions of South Africans, and one can begin to see the enormity of the legislative challenge in keeping with constitutional precepts. The IFP notes that there have been several objections that the bill before us addresses the Constitutional Court's order in only a minimal fashion and falls far short of the comprehensive reform that is required to prevent future abuse. How all this notwithstanding, the IFP supports the bill and the report.
Thank you very much,
Honorable House Chair.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Freedom Front Plus is concerned about the uncomfortable large number of acts that does not comply with the test of constitutionality and only corrected with court orders. The Freedom Front Plus will keep a close eye on the process to be followed and the amendments yet to be made to achieve a comprehensive solution. The Freedom Front Plus will support the report and the interim amendments. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP believes that the lawful interception of communication by law enforcement agencies remains a crucial tool in the fight against ever-increasing crime in the country. Now, as previous speakers indicated, the Constitutional Court, however, struck down certain of the provisions of the RICA Act, with the Judge Madlanga asking, is RICA doing enough to reduce the risks of unnecessary intrusions into the privacy of people? And the court answered the question with a resounding no. And the bill before us seeks to introduce certain safeguards. But I think it's also important to highlight what the court said about actual abuses that had taken place. At paragraph 35, the court said, we have before us evidence of abuse of the power of surveillance. One example is that of two journalists whose phones were tapped by police's crime intelligence division while the order were investigating corruption scandals, while they were investigating corruption scandals in the South African Police Service. In order to obtain interception directions under RICA, the police told the designated judge that the phone numbers to be tapped were those of suspected ATM bombers. That, of course, was a lie. The interception direction was granted on the basis of that lie. It authorized the real-time interception of calls, text messages, and metadata of the journalists. And these facts were undisputed by the respondents. So there's a very necessary element here of introducing safeguards. And this the bill seeks to do by the notification, post-notification of persons under surveillance, 90 days, by the designation of not only an independent designated judge, but a review judge, and the powers of the review judge and other safeguards to protect data. Now, it's very important to note that journalists and lawyers fall into a special category, and yes, could be extended to other categories, but it's important when it comes to surveillance, because not only should they never be subject to illegitimate surveillance, but because of the issues of legal privilege, and of course for journalists, keeping the identity of their sources of confidential is very necessary. Journalists played a key role in exposing state capture and corruption, and we as the ACDP would like to pay tribute to them. So the ACDP supports these amendments. We appreciate they are an interim measure pending a comprehensive review of compliance, but it is in terms of the Constitutional Court ruling, and it is necessary to comply with that Constitutional Court ruling before its deadline. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swartz. UDM? ATM? Good. NFP?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support what's tabled here today. But let me start off by reminding this House, and now that we're talking about communication, how all communication were cut off in Gaza and in the West Bank. To what extent the Zionist state of Israel went to ensure there was no levels of communication between the people of Gaza and anywhere else in the world. Let me also remind this House Chairperson that for a very long period of time, we were not getting the true story of exactly what was happening in Gaza. We think, and some of my colleagues on the left who get brown envelopes every time they go to the Zionist state of Israel, okay, they have been misleading this House into believing everything was okay. So what you saw on the 7th of October, we forget what those people have been going through every single day of their life for the last 75 years. But now that, and thanks to media houses like Al Jazeera and others, we are getting a clearer picture of exactly what, and that is why so many Jews, Christians, Muslim, law-abiding people who respect human rights are rising all over the world, with over 100,000 the other day alone in London. So you can see the value of communication. This is an ideal example of how for the first time we're getting a true picture of exactly what's going on. And I think more than ever, we need this bill right now in order to survey, to watch and observe what is going on, because a whole lot you can expect in this country. So at the moment, because of the security of this country, I think we need to save a lot of these people here on my left here. You need to be observing them all the time. You need to be checking their cell phones and things, because it's a major problem. There's communication all the time. There's money, illicit financial flows. They talk about grey listing and they talk about illicit financial flows, but they're not talking about the hundreds of millions. If you remember day zero, how they were getting 600 million rand kickback for the water, they lied to everybody in the Western Cape, how they got caught up. So these culprits on the left here are colluding with the Zionist state of Israel. And I think, Minister, with your surveillance, it is only a matter of time when they'll be exposed, I promise you. So make sure your surveillance targets these people. The National Freedom Party will support this. Indeed, we think we need it now more than ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. AIC. Pope. PAC.
Honorable Chair, PAC supports the bill.
Thank you very much. Al-Jama. Al-Jama. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Chairperson, Chief Whip, members of the Executive, members of the House, fellow South African, the ANC rises in support of the regulation of interception of communications and provision of communication-related information amendment bill, Bill 28 of 2023. In the case at hand, the Constitutional Court reflected on the apartheid of our country.
Please assist her out of the platform. It's too frequent. You may proceed, madam.
In the case at hand, the Constitutional Court reflected on the apartheid history of our country and how it was characterized by the malicious invasion of the privacy of people by the state through searches and seizures, the interception of people's communications, and generally by spying on people in all manner of forms. The right to privacy simply did not exist for the majority of those living in our country. Mindful of our past, the drafters of the Constitution made sure to include the right to privacy in their drafting.
Honorable member, could you please take your seat? There's a point of order called. Honorable Papa. Honorable Papa, you have your hand up. You may proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, House Chair. This entrenched right seeks to ensure that the South African state in the constitutional dispensation never acts like the apartheid state. Undoubtedly, the right to privacy is an important right in South African constitutional democracy. Given the personal nature of the right to privacy, it is argued that the invasion of individuals' privacy infringes that individual's right to dignity. The right to privacy is linked to the right to human dignity. Of this right, and in different cases, Ackerman J said, the right to dignity is a cornerstone of our constitution. House Chair, like all rights, as we know, the right to privacy is not absolute. It may be limited in terms of law, of general application, and has to be balanced with other rights entrenched in the Constitution. The right may be limited by the legitimate interest of others and the public interest. The purpose of surveillance under RICA is to investigate and combat serious crime, guarantee national security, maintain public order, and thereby ensure the safety of the Republic and its people. It is an open secret that South Africa is plagued by serious and violent crime, which necessitates the adoption of measures such as RICA to detect, investigate, curb serious crimes. It is crucial for the state to ensure that the public gets safe and prevent serious crime, unlike what Honorable Mkhwebane was alluding to. In the case of Amabungani, the Constitutional Court declared sections of RICA as unconstitutional, that it falls to provide safeguards to ensure that a designated judge is sufficiently independent, adequately notify the subject of surveillance as soon as notification can be given without jeopardizing the purpose of the surveillance, and after surveillance has been terminated. Adequately provide safeguards for interception directions that are sought and obtained ex parte. Adequately prescribe procedures to ensure that data obtained pursuant to surveillance or interception is managed and not used unlawfully, including a lack of procedures for the processing of data. And lastly, provide adequate safeguards where the subject of surveillance is practicing as a lawyer or a journalist. House Chair, to give effect to the Constitutional Court judgment, the bill which is tabled today was drafted by the department and deliberated on by the Portfolio Committee. Among other issues raised, the bill seeks to provide for the designation of independent, designated, and review judges, powers and functions of the review judge, and the tenure of designated and review judges. It further provides for procedures to ensure that data obtained pursuant to the interception of communication is managed lawfully and not used or interfered with unlawfully. The bill further seeks to provide for procedures to be followed in examining, copying, sharing, sorting through, using, storing, or destroying the data. Lastly, the bill provides for adequate safeguards where the subject of surveillance is practicing a journalist or a lawyer. House Chair, we have been informed that the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development will develop the necessary legislation which will comprehensively overhaul RICA. A way forward on this matter has been developed by the committee. We urge the ministry to address this matter with a matter of agency. House Chair, the ANC supports the bill and its report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted. With that objection, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Second reading, Regulation of Interception of Communications and Provision of Communication-Related Information Amendment Bill.
I will now put the question. Are there any objections to the bill being read the second time?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted. With that objection, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Regulation of Interception of Communication and Provision of Communication-Related Information Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the seventh order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on cannabis for private purposes bill.
Thank you. The Honorable Makwanisha.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, honorable members. When we were growing up, we used to listen to a song by Peter Tosh. And I quote, legalize it. And I will advertise it. It is good for the flu. It is good for asthma. It is good for tuberculosis, even thrombosis. Legalize it. Don't criticize it. Close quote. It is talking to you, Honorable Kele. Indeed, this was a man ahead of his times. We, of course, as Parliament, have to balance many other considerations, including the negative impact of the abuse. In 2018, the Prince judgment, the Constitutional Court declared certain provisions in the Drug and Drug Trafficking and Medicines and Related Substance Control Act, unconstitutional, as they amount to an impermissible limitation of the right to privacy. The order of invalidity was suspended for 24 months for Parliament to correct the constitutional defects. Although the 24 months has been exceeded, there is no gap in the law. The court provided a read-in provision that ensures that adults will not be guilty of criminal offense if they use, possess, or cultivate cannabis for personal consumption in private. On the 1st of September 2020, the Cannabis for Private Purposes Bill was introduced and referred to the committee. The bill was introduced with the intent to address only the Prince judgment, which broadly focused on considerations relating to the right of privacy as far as the use of cannabis for adult for private purposes. However, the committee was called upon by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to extend the scope of the bill to also accommodate considerations relating to the best interest of the child. This was to address the 2022 judgment in the Center for Child Law versus the Director of Public Prosecution, Johannesburg, which found the processing of children within a criminal justice system in relation to cannabis offenses was unconstitutional. To accommodate the Center for Child Law judgment in the bill, the committee received permission from this House to extend the subject of the bill to also address issues relating to the best interest of the child. Due to the complexity of the subject matter, the committee has facilitated extensive public consultation processes and deliberation with numerous stakeholders. The bill was presented by the committee, proposed amongst others, respect for the right to privacy of an adult person to use or possess cannabis, regulate the use or possession of cannabis by an adult person, provide for an alternative manner to address the issue of prohibited use, possession of, dealing in cannabis by children with due regard to the best interest of the child, prohibit the dealing in cannabis, and provide for the expungement of criminal records of persons convicted of possession or the use of cannabis or dealing in cannabis based on presumption. The committee notes that the cannabis and hemp sector is amongst the priority sectors identified by government to secure investment, job creation, and support for sustainable and rural livelihoods. The committee hopes that this bill paves the way as a first step for the development of a legislation to address the regulation of cannabis for commercial purposes. The use of responsible cannabis for private purposes has been legalized. Mr. Tosh, you can now advertise it. I now move that this report be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makwanisha. Honorable Makwanisha. I thought you would remind the House by singing the song.
House Chair, my voice was stolen by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that this report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
House Chair and colleagues, this bill has been drafted to comply with initially one and recently two Constitutional Court judgments. Firstly, the Prince judgment, which focuses on use, cultivation, and possession of cannabis by adults, as well as the right to privacy. Secondly, and more recently, the Center of Child Law judgment, which focuses on children apprehended for cannabis offences, consideration for the best interest of the child, and subsequently ordered that children should be kept out of the criminal justice system. The DA supports the motivation in both these judgments. Some matters around this bill needs to be communicated clearly so that there is no misunderstanding. This bill deals with cannabis that has psychoactive components for personal consumptions by adults in private only. To buy or sell cannabis remains illegal. It is a serious criminal offense. If prosecuted for this offense, the consequences are severe. In layman's terms, if you want to use it, you have to grow it. Don't buy it. The National Road Traffic Act would be amended by this bill. This means that it would be an offense to be under the influence of cannabis whilst driving. Again, in layman's terms, don't drink and drive will now change to don't drink or use weed and drive. Specific regulations referred to within this bill, like for instance, the amount by weight of cannabis that an individual may possess, the number of plants an individual may grow, how cannabis may be transported, etc., is not contained in this bill. These regulations are the responsibility of the minister, and any such regulations must be approved by Parliament, after which it would be published in the Government Gazette, where this information may be obtained. There are a lot of interest and discussion around the commercialization of cannabis and the perceived benefits this could unlock in the economy. Likewise, around the medicinal use of cannabis for all kinds of ailments. Neither of these two aspects falls within the scope of this bill. There would be separate legislation that would regulate this in future. This bill has been drafted in accordance with the requirement as set out by the Constitutional Court. Therefore, the DA welcomes and supports this bill. The DA also supports the expungement of cannabis-related criminal records in as far as it is relevant to this bill, which should come into effect when this legislation is promulgated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Chairperson, the Cannabis for Private Purposes Bill has come a long way and is one of the bills that have endured the longest processing in Parliament. 2019.
But what we need.
This House granted the committee permission to extend the process in relation to the bill as a result of the committee and legal officers' spectacular inability to read the law with understanding. The legal office and this committee knew that the bill has to address the constitutional issues raised in the Prince judgment, which declared that the criminalization of cannabis used for personal and religious purposes was unlawful and unconstitutional. Following that, there was a judgment from a case involving the Center for Child Law, which related to the criminalization of children caught in possession of cannabis. The committee then failed to include the consideration from both judgments, and their failure to appreciate this demonstrates unforgivable incompetence. Chairperson, in general terms, we are in support of the bill, and we would have liked the bill to go further and expand the scope to include a more thorough attempt to free cannabis from the colonial and racist prison it has been confined for centuries. The bill must amplify the health and other benefits of using cannabis and not simply adhere to the colonial description of cannabis as simply a hallucinogen. While we support the bill, we think that the provisions of Clause 2, in particular in relation to decriminalization of use and possession of cannabis, while criminalizing the sale of cannabis, counters the purpose of the bill. We cannot decriminalize use and continue to criminalize the sale and production for sale of this product. I'm saying this because Nina Mpagati wasemampondweni in the Eastern Cape, who are exclusively dependent on the production and sale of cannabis. It means if government is not making sure that you are supported and you are included in making sure that the herb is used for the benefit of health, then it means you will be spending time in jail, because this criminalizes the sale to 10 years imprisonment. We do, however, welcome the expungement of criminal records of people who have been found guilty of the crime of possession of this cannabis, because our jails are very much flooded. Overall, the bill has failed to free cannabis from the stigma it got from colonialism. It is still extremely limiting and does not provide for economic exploitation of the herb, only to the extent that it complies with the Constitutional Court judgments. We are in support of the bill, but we feel that much could be done to deal with cannabis to challenge the economic challenges of this country. Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. FF plus, I'm sorry, IFP.
Honorable House Chair. It is the tried knowledge that in February of 2014, the late Dr. Mario Oriani Ambrosini, MP for IFP, introduced the Medical Innovation Bill, which principally sought to legalize the use of substances such as cannabis for medicinal purposes only. After Dr. Oriani Ambrosini's passing, the bill was reintroduced by IFP Chief Whip Naren Singh MP, and the usage of cannabis for medicinal purposes was eventually agreed upon with the ruling party, and the rest, as they say, is history. The bill before us today is an area that the 2014 IFP Private Members Bill did not address, namely the use of cannabis for private purposes. The issue of privacy arose from a subsequent Constitutional Court judgment which focused on considerations relating to the right of privacy as far as the use of cannabis by adults for private purposes is concerned. Notably, in September 2022, the Constitutional Court in the Center for Child Law Judgment confirmed the order of the High Court, which declared Section 4B of the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act to be inconsistent with the Constitution and invalid to the extent that it criminalizes the use and or possession of cannabis by a child, the best interest of children always being sacrosanct to the IFP. Cannabis for commercial purposes is fully supported and is addressed in Dr. Oriana Ambrosini's 2014 bill, and thankfully has now been identified by the government as one of the 14 priority sectors to secure investment, job creation, and provide support for sustainable rural goods.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Criminalization and incarceration for holding minuscule amounts of cannabis.
Thank you very much, Prof. The time.
The IFP supports the bill and report for the report of the committee. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. FF plus.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Die Vryheidsfront Plus erken die feit en die handigheid in die sin van om die gebruik van marijuana vir medisinale doeleindes wel verder na te vors en dat die wetgewing daarvoor aangepas word. But Honourable House Chair, the bill introduces several important provisions contributing to South Africa's development project, which we support, including the repeal of cannabis's inclusion of the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act, the lifting of THC limits for hemp, for instance, to 2%, improved differential clarity on the waiving of liabilities on healthcare professionals for cannabis prescriptions. But regrettably, House Chair, for every progressive element of the bill, there is an equally outstanding shortcoming that limits its usefulness. The Freedom Front Plus is concerned that the policy drafters have struggled to develop cannabis laws that are sensible, empirical, and forward-looking and fit for purpose. Agbare huisvoters, die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun nie die gebruik van cannabis privaat gebruik en spesifiek dan die regulasie wet bevat. Dit is alles.
Honourable forms are out. Please proceed, Honourable Member.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Die Vryheidsfront Plus voel ongemaklik daarmee dat die privaat gebruik van cannabis en die wetgewing spesifiek wat dan nou ingestel is in gevolge hierdie wetswyging wat dit beheer, onvoldoende is om oortredings in hierdie verband op te slaan. Dit is gemeensaak dat persone wat 'n oormaat alkohol inneem of enigstens alkohol inneem, dat persone nie almal op dieselfde reageer nie en dat dit noodwendig ook in die geval gaan wees met die gebruik van cannabis. Ons weet dat die gebruik van cannabis mense se gedrag aantas en dat 'n persoon wat 'n oormaat daarvan privaat gebruik het dan 'n gevaar vir ander motoriste op die paaie kan wees. En daarom, agbare voorsitter, sal die VS Plus nie die wet of die verslag ondersteun in sy huidige vorm nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Sarts, ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP is on record as expressing our deep concerns about this bill, which was followed, admittedly, followed the Constitutional Court in the Prince judgment. So the legislature was compelled to follow that judgment. However, we believe that cannabis abuse has a devastating impact on our communities, particularly when they are mixed with mandrakes and other drugs, and that this was not sufficiently addressed by the court. Now, during the public hearings, the Department of Health stated that allowing cannabis for private use is likely to lead to an increased use of cannabis by adolescents due to the more open use and therefore great exposure. Adolescents who are regular smokers of cannabis are at risk of having arrested psychological development. And there's also growing concern, this is the Department of Health, about the long-term effects of regular cannabis use on adolescent brain development. Brain development continues until the age of 25, so there's a concern for young people in emerging adulthood. We also know there are some short-term effects in terms of cognitive functioning and memory based on research conducted in Cape Town. The Medical Research Council said there'll be likely to be an increase in demand for mental health and substance abuse treatment following this bill. They said local researchers highlighted the burden of cannabis-induced psychoses on under-resourced psychiatric services in the KZN, Eastern Cape, and the Western Cape. And these services are already chronically under-resourced and are unlikely to cope with the increased demand. So, Chair, there are some very negative impacts that were set out by departments when we considered this bill. However, at the same time, there are some very positive aspects when it comes to low THC, when it comes to the benefits of hemp and medicinal cannabis, as other speakers have indicated. There are obviously economic benefits to the commercialization of hemp and medicinal cannabis which need to be considered. Hemp is a low-hanging fruit and is the first step in broadening regulation. Now, this is low THC, this is non-psychotic. And then, of course, diseases and ailments can be treated with cannabis THC, CBD, chronic pain, asthma has been found to be very useful. the ACDP would have preferred an approach of restorative justice. And we are fully mindful of people that might be in possession of 5 grams being arrested and then held overnight or long periods of imprisonment where they were raped and abused into a lifetime of crime. However, that was found by the Constitutional Court to be unacceptable. So while the ACDP appreciates this bill is a direct response to a Constitutional Court judgment, and we did everything to assist in limiting the damage done, regrettably, we will not be supporting it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. UDM? ATM? Good. NFP?
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report in the bill table here today. But let me educate this House on something that they've never heard of before. When you talk about apartheid, you talk about forced removals, theft of your land, your human rights violation, but certainly I don't think any of you in this House heard of weed apartheid. Nobody has heard of the word weed apartheid. Now, this is what is practiced in Palestine on the West Bank by the Israelis. If an Israeli, I want you to listen to this, when an Israeli is caught with cannabis, Chairperson, when an Israeli is caught with cannabis, they get a fine. They get a fine. When a Palestinian is caught with cannabis on the same land, then they have to face a military court. Now, that is what you called weed apartheid. That's what's happening in Palestine. Under their own land, being ruled by the Zionist state of Israel, supported by some of my friends, not all, some of my friends on this side, on the extreme left, of course, yes, yeah. Now, my concern, Chairperson, on cannabis, and I know that it does have a major impact on the economy. It will grow the agricultural sector. It will create jobs. But my problem is that South Africa is facing a serious crisis, like many parts of the world, on drug addiction. And you know, our Minister of Police is sitting here, he knows what it is like, you know. Now, do we have the capacity to be able to address this? Yes, there is no doubt about it. It's been proven without doubt. For medicinal purposes, it's actually very, very good. And like, you know, I always say that the Almighty God, when he created human, he created everything for you. Gave every country something different, gave you different plants, gave you different things so you can look after yourself. But now, if abused, of course, you know what the results will be. Now, in this case, my concern is on cannabis. What would happen if there's going to be large levels of addiction to it? And that is going to put in more pressure already on the social development sector that we have, on the rehabilitation centers that we have. Are we going to be able to? So we need to be mindful. While we are supporting this on the one hand, it's job creation. It's exactly the same thing with taverns and shebeens. We're supporting it. We're giving licenses to operate 24 hours. But look at the negative impact on what happens because of the use of that alcohol. So it's exactly the same thing that we have to be very careful on cannabis. I don't know how many people are going to come to this house after cannabis. So that's a concern. So yes, I think we need to be mindful, but the NFP will support this. But of course, we're saying let's put measures in place to counter the effects of addiction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. AIC. COPE. PAC.
Honorable Chair, PAC supports the bill.
Thank you. Al Jama. ANC.
House Chair, members of the National Assembly, fellow South Africans. In the case of Minister for Justice and Constitutional Development and others versus Prince 2018, the Constitutional Court anonymously declared the following sections. of the Drug Act unconstitutional and invalid. Section 4B, Section 5B, including Section 22, capital A, 9, subsection A and I for the Medicine Act. The Constitutional Court held these statutory provisions to be constitutionally invalid to the extent indicated because they've infringed the right to privacy entrenched in Section 14 of the Constitution. The Constitutional Court dispensed with the High Court's limitation of its order to the use, cultivation, or possession of cannabis at home or in a private dwelling. It held that right to privacy extends beyond the boundaries of a home. The effect of the judgment is in twofold. Chairperson, it decriminalizes the use or possession of cannabis by an adult in the private for that adult person's personal consumption in private. And also, it decriminalizes the cultivation of cannabis by an adult in a private place for that adult's personal consumption in private. However, the use or possession of cannabis by a child anywhere or by an adult in public is not decriminalized. The bill, as initially tabled and deliberated on by the Portfolio Committee, did not look beyond the adult center focus to consider the best interest of children found in possession of cannabis and processed, and as such did not consider cannabis-related issues in relation to children within the criminal justice system. In the case of Center for Child Law versus Director of Public Prosecutions, Johannesburg and others, the court made the following remarks. Children are precious members of our society, and any law that affects them must have due regard to their vulnerability and their need for guidance. We have a duty to ensure that they receive the support and assistance that is necessary for their positive growth and development. Considering Section 28, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which states that a child's best interests are of paramount importance in every matter concerning the child. The court then posed the question, which is it in the best interest of the child to continue to criminalize the use and or possession of cannabis by a child? The court went on to say, it is impossible to claim that a child has a right to the personal consumption of cannabis in private. There are valid reasons to protect children from the use of drugs. This matter is about the consequences of use and of possession of cannabis by a child. Our focus is in this matter is on decriminalization, not legalization. It is about choosing the appropriate manner in which to respond to a child using a possessing cannabis. The focus of the Prince judgment was the right to privacy, and that of Center for Child Law judgment was the best interest of the child, and that these two cannabis-related judgments were not to be simultaneously considered for legislative processing purposes due to the different areas of focus. Initially, deliberations and public submissions were limited to the Prince judgment contest and considerations only. Accommodate the Center for Child Law judgment in the bill. The committee requested the House for permission to extend the scope of the bill and called for the public comment to ensure compliance with all procedural requirements in the processing of the bill. This was done In line with the dictates of the Constitution, the committee facilitated meaningful public participation. It has been a long journey since the Prince judgment was first handed down. We wish to thank everyone who contributed to the development of the bill. The ANC supports the bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the ACDP.
Noted.
And the objection of the FF+.
Noted. With those objections, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the 8th order.
Second reading, Cannabis for Private Purposes Bill.
Thank you. I will now put the question. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
Please note the objection of the FF+.
Noted.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Noted. With those objections, it's agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Cannabis for Private Purposes Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 9th order.
Consideration of report of Chief Whip's Forum on benchmarking study visit to Ireland 12 to 14 June 2023 and Kenya 19 to 21 June 2023.
Thank you. I invite the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party to the podium.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honorable members. Let me start by thanking the disciplined delegation of multi-party that I led to Ireland and Kenya. The Chief Whip's Forum took a decision in November 2022 to undertake benchmarking study visits to the parliaments of Ireland and Kenya. The decision was informed by observations that the political landscape in South Africa was changing, which manifests itself, amongst others, the emergence of coalition governments in local government sphere, and the recent electoral reforms enacted by Parliament following Constitutional Court order to allow independent candidates to stand for elections in national and provincial government. In deciding on which countries to visit, the forum noted that in Ireland and Kenya, they have had coalition governments for decades, that they would provide valuable lessons with respect to the formation of coalition government and how to stabilize them, as well as the phenomenon of independent candidates, something that is going to be new at our level as at the national and provincial government. The decision was also informed by the realization that Parliament was in a continuous state of development, and that which should seek ways and means to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of their work as the WIPARI, because WIPARI are responsible for the smooth running of Parliament. The purpose of the study visit was, amongst others, to experience the establishing and stabilizing of coalition governments, the phenomenon of independent candidates and members of Parliament who are not affiliated to any existing political party, the nature of the electoral system and how it caters for independent candidates, the structure and of programming of the business of Parliament, how Parliament exercises its oversight over President, the committee system, and how it is capacitated. Our observation was that in Ireland, the expectation of a single majority government came to an end in the 1980s. Coalition became the norm and faced many challenges, but somehow managed to survive. Over the years, most coalition governments completed their full term, including the minority government in 2016 to 2020, because those coalition governments are regulated. In Kenya, since 2002, political parties that were serious about winning a national election or referendum and hoping to form a government had no option other than to make a broad-based electoral pact, pre-election coalition, and form parliamentary and governmental coalition. Lento iqalwa ngapha kuthiwa moonshot, moon earth, moon something. With the adoption of the new constitution in 2010, the constitutional and legal framework underpinning coalition formation in Kenya was enacted. So the issue of a coalition in Kenya is enacted through the constitution, mapena mapena. The rules and procedures of coalition policies, as well as election rules for coalitions and nomination rules and procedures. The delegation observed that in Kenya, coalition government agreements are regulated by law and provide more structured approach, whilst in Ireland, they are not that regulated, but they are formed in terms of agreements reached among the parties. Electoral system, angafika 2024 uzaphinda adlule, nani sisho yonke iminyaka. Considering that South African Parliament resolved when it passes the Electoral Amendment Act of 2023 to revisit the matter of electoral system. The electoral system of the two countries could be studied as part of a broader comparative research. Ireland's electoral system is based on proportional representation in a multi-seat constituency, with each voter having a single transferable vote, something that is a little bit crazy. You vote to transfer your vote. While in Kenya, they follow the first part of the post-electoral constituency system. Both electoral systems have advantages and disadvantages that can be looked at with a view of informing the South African electoral system and process. And it is our view as the delegation that South Africa must start debating this matter of electoral system, because the current electoral system is not really assisting us. The oversight of Prime Minister and ministers in the Ireland and the President in Kenya. The Parliament of Ireland does not have a specific committee that oversees the head of government. Nivile? Gapa? Nendo nifunayo? Ayikho ke kule ndawo besikuyo. The mechanism to hold the Prime Minister accountable is through the question session. The Prime Minister answers questions twice in a week, on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, for 45 minutes. Sininika 3 hours up. For ministers, 1 hour and 45 minutes is set aside on Tuesday and Wednesdays for them to answer questions. A further hour and 20 minutes is set aside for Thursday for parliamentary questions amongst members. In Kenya, no provision is made whatsoever for a dedicated committee to oversee the office of the president. The president does not account to Parliament in Neville. The National Assembly, however, is required to ensure that the president satisfies the Constitution in making appointments such as requirements of standards. There's something that you're going to like out of Kenya that you have been looking for. Cabinet appointments. Mamela we. In Kenya, cabinet appointments, the delegation noted that unlike in South Africa, Kenyan members of the cabinet are nominated by the president for approval by the National Assembly. Once approved by the National Assembly, the president appoints them in his cabinet, and those members resign as MPs after they've been nominated to serve in cabinet. Representation of members of parliament on the salaries and remuneration in Kenya. Members of parliament are represented in salaries and remuneration commission. Abacingelwa ngabanye abantu, because this legislative arm is taken serious in other countries, not treated as a stepchild like it is happening with us. And therefore, when it comes to the dress code, kwalicala ke beningazungena pha. Beningazungena kushiwo pha kwathiwo sincede sangezinani beningazungena pha. Dress code in Ireland and Kenya. The delegation noted dress code in 2 parliaments that contrasted sharply. In Ireland, members were dressed casually, very informal in chamber, came behutlislangu, shorts and jeans. Ningalunga pa. However, in Kenya, the dress code was formal. Members of parliament, members of the media, guests are required to dress properly. They have rule, according to Rule 9 of the National Assembly rules, it prescribes that proper dress for men, the coat, collar, a tie, long sleeve shirt, long trouser, socks, and shoes. In respect of ladies, it means, listen, ladies, in respect of ladies, it means business-like suit, formal, smart casual wear, skirts, and dresses should be below the knee length and be decent. Sleeveless blouses are prohibited. Recommendation: there is a project of scholarship between Ireland and South Africa, but South Africa is not responsive to that. And we are recommending that because we've been given allocation of 200 young people to go and study in Ireland, but the Department of Higher Education has not fulfilled this commitment. We are recommending that this portfolio committee and DIRCO must ensure that they fulfill this. Digitizing the committee system in Ireland. At a committee level, the paper-based recording of attendance, voting and changes are done properly. The delegation observed that when voting takes place in committee meetings, the results are displayed on a screen in the committee rooms in real time, making the process more transparent for members of the public. But also they do conduct public hearings online to avoid members going up and down. At times you find that there are no communities for public hearings. We recommend that our parliament must look at this. This technological advancement in the committee is very much important. Induction of members upon their taking office. After swearing in Kenya, after you've been sworn in, by the time you get out of that door, you have a car that is waiting for you with a driver. That's a government car for 5 years. For 5 years. And the reason for that is for you to be able to focus on your work and not to focus on driving. And nobody wish to go to the executive because you have your car, you have a driver for you to do your work. And we are recommending that, let that be adopted here. In terms of salary, members get salary, not these peanuts that you are getting here. They get the proper salary and house sitting allowance every time you sit in a committee, you sit in parliament. Everybody comes to parliament because ukhlala kune incentive oyifumanayo. Akusetshenzwa mahala njengoba sisenza apha. Each new member get dedicated a media liaising officer to take you through all parliamentary processes, how to interact with the media. Constituency work. No caucus funds are used to do your constituency. Parliament take care of constituency work.
Each member has 2 offices, your constituency office and your constituency development office. You become your own minister and prime minister in your own constituency. When the community wants a school, they tell you, you get allocated funds for a school and you are given engineers, consultants, and everybody else to deal with that, and you deliver. And we are saying, let Parliament of South Africa changing the electoral system also adopt this. On petitions, petitions can be submitted via post or mail, but when those petitions are addressed, standing orders entitle anyone to submit a petition except members of Parliament. These ones who go and mobilize petitions, the community maizifakele. As I am about to finish, legislative arm is treated as a legislative arm. Parliament is Parliament. We've given all the respect. But out of our own observation, we also taught them a lot. We have done a lot in South Africa within the 29 years. Awuzuphinde. Soziphinde le nto uyithethayo. Mapena. Honorable yena Mapena akazuphinda kodwa. Okay, sure. The delegation recommends that guidelines for petitions be developed in our country in assisting members of the public. Mayingawi le nto ngabonakala ngathi andisupport, mayingawi niyayiva? Funeka icace njalo njalo. We are recommending that let's constitute a petition unit that will assist the assembly. Honorable members, we are hereby tabling this report to say let the good things that are in this report not to be shelved mazithathwe zi-implementwe sizobona amalungu eParlamente ehlonipheka kwindawo zawo, because when you go to your constituency will demand a school, a road, a bridge, water. When you don't have means to do that, let members be funded in accordance to their constituency. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. EFF objects the report. Thanks.
Noted. Thank you, honorable members. I ought to have called the chief whip of the opposition. I was bidding for time for this juicy report that I put in. The honorable, the chief whip of the opposition is on the virtual platform. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I hope you don't make a habit of forgetting the chief whip of the official opposition. Study tours in a financially constrained environment may instinctively be disregarded as a junket with very little value to ordinary South Africans. Perhaps the remedy for that is to ensure that there are clear objectives for the benchmarking exercise. There are topics of collaboration, practices worth learning from, and an ability to decipher those that will work in a South African context and those that would not. More importantly, the learnings from such a tour should be taken forward and implemented when necessary. The idea behind these study tours is to find international best practice that can be applied here at home, because ultimately the aim is to improve the lives of South Africans in the work that we do here. In the two countries that we undertook the study tour to, Ireland and Kenya, plenty was learned and can be implemented back home so that we can strengthen the way in which our parliament works. This is especially important as we are collating and producing the 7th Parliament Legacy Report. For instance, in Ireland, it was important to study their accountability mechanisms in their parliament. In the era of the Zondo Commission report on state capture, where the South African parliament was found wanting in many instances of effective oversight, it was important to learn how other parliaments grapple with the tension between the executive and the legislature insofar as accountability is concerned. This is not just an academic exercise. It helps strengthen our own parliament's accountability mechanisms. In the Irish Parliament, the Prime Minister responds to questions from its members twice a week. It means that he's able to account for his government at a very close range and in high frequency. It was useful to note that while, as the chief whip of the majority has indicated, while there's no committee that oversees the presidency, but the frequency of the presence of the prime minister in the House surely makes up for the fact that in South Africa, we only have a president that accounts to the House once a quarter, and there is no committee that oversees the entire presidency, which has become incredibly bloated over the years. And that is why the Rules Committee must proceed with its work to establish this committee overseeing the presidency in our South African context. Ultimately, transparency should be the norm and not the exception. So how do we use the excellent examples of transparency and accountability in the South African context? We can also learn to ensure that members of the executive are asked, when they are asked questions in the House, they respond satisfactorily. It is simply not good enough that ministers in this cabinet do not have a basic measure and an objective standard of what is a requisite response to a question. This matter must also go to the Rules Committee in the next parliament, where there's an objective rubric of what is acceptable as a response to a member who is asking a question on behalf of the public, and it must be answered with accuracy and willingness to accept the feedback. And this starts from the president all the way down to his cabinet. Currently, some of the ministers in the cabinet are flying by the seat of their pants and hardly ever respond to questions that are asked. Crucially, in Ireland, we also observed a country that has been engaged in coalition politics for decades. While their coalition agreements are not codified, they are essentially a loose political agreement, but they last. They are underscored by immense political maturity and a compromise for the sake of their voters and the sake of their citizens. These coalition agreements and arrangements are fluid enough to be pragmatic, however, are solid enough to be able to deliver against the government's program of action. In a nutshell, they work. In the modern political dispensation in Ireland, it has been characterized by coalition governments that have stability and that can serve people. That is something that South Africans can learn. Closer to home in Kenya, coalition governments are legislated for, which is what the DA has been arguing for. They are practically managed by a political registrar, and the legal framework guides the country's complex politics that is often divided along tribal lines. We can learn from both of these countries. We should inject our politics with the maturity of the Irish model and the thoroughness of the Kenyan model. This trip has impressed upon us why we need to, despite our political differences in this House, agree that coalition governments are here to stay and they're here to provide, and we need to be able to provide a legal framework for them. Whether we agree about the Moonshot Pact or the multi-party charter, the reality is that coalition politics have become a reality of South African politics, and we as a parliament need to take the lead in terms of ensuring that there's a framework in which they can essentially operate. That is why the DA brought 3 pieces of legislation before this House that would seek to stabilize coalition governments. We know that we are likely to see a national coalition government as the ANC loses its grip on national support across the country, and we are likely to see hung legislatures across various provinces. So we need to make sure that Parliament leads the process of readying the country for these eventualities. We cannot behave ingati hambo lisothusile kodwa kudala siyazi ukuba kuyiwa enyulweni kunyaka ozayo. We do implore the House to support these bills when they come and serve before it for a decision. Let us leave a legacy as the 6th Parliament that we can be proud of. Let us leave Parliament and the South African political system better than when we found it. And let the lessons learned during these benchmarking exercises inform our own lawmaking process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Mteto from the EFF.
So kuyabonakala kuyacaca ukuthi nina nilaba bathi manibona umuntu egqoke ibheshu emall nimthumele ngamaphoyisa nithi hayi nokulungile. House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. The EFF took a conscious decision not to be part of the Chief Whip's forum on benchmarking study visit to Ireland and Kenya. And we communicated our decision. We made it clear that the so-called benchmarking exercise are nothing but holiday trips disguised as benchmarking study visits. And this is done by the majority of committees in Parliament. We live in a world of advanced technology where information and expertise can be accessed without the need for extravagant and costly trips that have become an annual tradition. The claim that it is necessary to learn how to better manage the caucus, it is not credible. It is a wasteful and unnecessary expenditure while essential services in Parliament, such as language services, are underfunded. Today, the only well-capacitated section of language services are English and Afrikaans, as if there are only languages in South Africa. We still do not have a bills office that can provide dependable support for members of Parliament to develop private members' bill or bills. We have been raising these issues in the Chief Whip's forum and have called on Parliament to capacitate the bills office, and nothing has been done. But people are spending parliament money to undertake extravagant trips. House Chairperson, what is worse is the fact that even the report that has been tabled in the National Assembly as we speak will not have a material impact on the work of this Parliament. EFF maintains that there are far more cost-effective and efficient ways to engage with international counterparts and conduct necessary research, not extravagant trips to people to take holidays. The Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture has never gone for sightseeing, site visits, and primarily because there's no budget. But you can spend money to go and visit other countries, which is a very critical component of oversight. No, the chairperson told me that since they've been there, they've never had. Secondly, Chair,
it's not our problem.
It means 4IR doesn't exist in this country because we've got so many doctors and professors in EFF who have passed their exams without having gone to countries to do their research. They've done the research through their accessible means of IT systems that are available for everyone to have access to. With that, Chairperson, the EFF rejects the report
with it its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you, Chair.
Tseto. The Honorable Singh.
Honorable House Chair, I will take the Honorable Chief Whip's report on his behalf. He is not available.
Okay, Honorable Joseph.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Although I was unfortunately unable to attend the benchmarking study tour visit to the parliaments of Ireland and Kenya, this does not negate the importance thereof, especially as we are about to enter the era and uncharted water of coalition governance in South Africa. It was therefore rightfully decided by the Chiefs Forum that due to the decades-long standing coalition governments in each of these countries, that we could learn a great deal from them from a coalition governance as well as a WIPARI perspective. Besides the objectives stated above, engagements were also held on how Parliament exercises oversight of the executives, how portfolio committees are capacitated, and support provided to members to carry out their parliamentary and constituency work. The IFP supports the recommendation that Parliament and its members remain technologically adept, as this will ease the flow of communication and information sharing, not only amongst us, but also in respect to our interactions with the public at large, as we are first and foremost a transparent and participatory democracy. We further agree that additional assistance be provided to new members of Parliament in respect of both parliamentary induction and ITC assistance. As such, will ensure that there is a seamless transition between parliaments. Regarding petitions, we wholeheartedly agree that guidelines for petition be developed with a view to assisting members of the public on what constitutes a petition and how to submit a petition to the Assembly. Such guidelines will also assist in ensuring that the Assembly receives and processes petitions for which the House has the power to act on. In conclusion, such interparliamentary visit by the Chief Whips Forum to other parliaments provides significant importance in benchmarking the best practices as well as the fostering collaboration, understanding, and cooperation between parliaments. Such visits allow face-to-face engagement and enhance diplomatic ties between nations. In some global parliamentary democracy is strengthened through shared experiences and lessons learned. The IFP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Swartz.
Chairperson, the ACDP wishes to thank the Chief Whip of the ANC for the professional manner in which she led the delegation to Ireland and Kenya, non-partisan way, and I commend you for your patience and forbearance when we were not treated with the due respect, and here and there people were late, but and we had it was a hard working time. There was a lot of hard work, and if I was to ask the Chief Whip about some of her experiences, she'd share with you about the one-eyed chauffeur that she was very concerned about. But it's very important for you to meet one-on-one with the delegation. We went from one committee to one committee to one committee to staff members in Ireland. And I think what was particularly encouraging in Ireland was the Fine Gael and the Fine Gael party and the Green party. These parties were at war with each other in the 1920s. They were warring parties, and they're now in a coalition government together. And it just shows that people and parties that starkly differ can find common ground when they put the national good of the citizens ahead of them. What was very interesting in Ireland was that we taught them about hybrid sit-ins. They do not have any hybrid sit-ins there, even during lockdown, and they would have to have and they were very interested to hear how we have hybrid sit-ins. So it was an exchange of ideas. We learned a lot, but we were also able to teach Ireland and to a certain degree in Kenya. Now, Kenya, I always enjoy going to Kenya. We are treated royally in Kenya. And I always enjoy, previously now the ambassador, former chairperson of the FCP, now ambassador, His Excellency Mashlangu, a good friend of mine. It was wonderful to see him again. But what's interesting is the formation of coalitions in Kenya is before the elections, and it is now determined by the Political Parties Act, where they have to set up coalitions because of the diverse interests. And that is very closely regulated. Coalition governments are very closely regulated. So I think, as the Chief Whip has said, it's very important for us to start looking at electoral reform, dealing with independence, dealing with coalitions. And I think we as parliamentarians should be concerned that the electoral reform consultation panel that should have been set up in terms of the Amendment Act we passed recently in April this year should have been set up by the 19th of October. That still has not yet been set up. And I think we need to follow up on why the executive has not set up that panel yet. I think, Chairperson, the Chief Whip also alluded to the constituencies in Kenya, and they get up to 1.8 million rand to build schools, bridges. So you're elected to a constituency, but you are funded to provide services, and that is a very beneficial aspect as well. I think in general, it was a learning curve. We worked very hard. We taught and we learned a lot from both parliaments, and I fully support the report. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize Honorable N.L.S. Gwangwa. Okay, we shall pass. Thank you very much. I now recognize Honorable ATM. Honorable Good. Honorable A.M. Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. With all the stress you go through with politics, sometimes when you hear some of our colleagues speak, it brings the humor out in you, you know. But I heard my colleague from the EFF talking about technology. Then maybe what you should do is stay at home and go on the virtual platform, save the money you're paying for the house, save the airfares of the taxpayers' money. Why not? But then how is it you're talking about it's not beneficial on this tour, but your members went to Brazil and everywhere else? Now that's hypocrisy. Real hypocrisy. Let's be honest about this. Well, I can say this without any doubt that going to Ireland and Kenya, I learned something that I've been raising in this house regularly. And that is when we wanted to know about procurement and employment and appointment, we learned something very important, that they said they have absolutely nothing to do with appointments or employment of anybody. There's an independent body that is appointed to deal with the issue of employment or appointment of officials and things. So it's complete. The second thing is when we asked them about procurement, something that we've been raising again, and they said very clearly, now we don't know anything about procurement, other than the money that is given to them for development in their constituency, which comes directly from Parliament. So we've learned a lot from them. I haven't learned anything from you guys. Nothing, to be honest, nothing. But anyway, all right, so, yeah. Well, for you, my friend, I want to say another good thing about Ireland is this. I met people who think like us, who behave like us. And what did they say? They are some of those that we met that condemned and criticized and took decision. And there's one coming next week, and that one is to expel. The Irish government is planning next week to expel the Israeli ambassador. These are the kind and caliber of people we met. Whereas we got this honorable member here, because of those shekels that he gets from Israel, he forgot his principles, forgets his ethics, forgets his morals, forgets his values, forgets everything. His life depends on that money. If he doesn't take it, he's got no life after that. That's what it is all about. So let me be very honest with you. The NFP supports this. I think it was very beneficial. But what is important is for us to implement these things. And I do agree, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys to do the job. Let's pay people, let's pay them well, let them benefit well, so you also deter them from corruption. Corruption like you have in the Western Cape with this member here who is so, you know, you can see he's restless with guilt. That's basically what it is about. The NFP supports this report, and we indeed believe that when we want to do these things in future, let's do them at the beginning of the term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable S.M. Jafta. Honorable Mahluba, Honorable Jafta, we shall pass. I now recognize Honorable Cope, Honorable PAC, Honorable Al-Jama.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair. PAC support this report, Chief Whip Chair. No,
Honorable member, thank you very much. Now we'll go back to Al-Jama. We shall proceed. I now recognize Honorable M.G. Buroto, the House Chair.
Mamzo wase Kenya wakakwahube. No, thank you, House Chairperson. Chief Whip of the Majority Party for having led us so well on this trip, members of the executive that are here, members of Parliament, and fellow South Africans. As South Africa, we really pride ourselves in that in this Parliament, there are many things that we can teach others. As Honorable Mthethwa was saying, that this is a waste of money. Honorable Member, I agree with Honorable Sheikh Imam. Eye-to-eye engagements, that is what we call parliamentary diplomacy. And it is necessary that we do that. And maybe let's not hear of your own members going to other countries to speak, because that's what you don't want. It's a waste of money. You can always take your gadget and speak. Honorable members, our visit to this island in Kenya really yielded a great deal of similarities, but also imbued confidence in our own democracy. It confirmed a lot of things that we are trying to do as this Parliament of South Africa. Whilst many things are being very similar, there are areas from which our Parliament can learn and improve the way we conduct our own parliamentary matters. Let me just take, for instance, I think members have already spoken on some. They have what they call in Ireland, business committee, in which case here at home we call it programming. Almost the functions are similar, but there is one exception that we realize there, in that the agenda for the House is put for agreement by the House first and allows for urgent matters to be scheduled. And that arose from the previous committee business, and to be that they decide in the House that those things can be scheduled. And further innovation is that allows for a specific day to vote on all matters that requires decision. Unlike with us, we are here now. On Tuesday, we have these bills. On Wednesday, on Thursday, we have these bills. They have specific days that you go there and only concentrate on passing all those bills that we have. Another interesting element is that the rules allow for government time and for opposition time. And this arrangement, government can determine which matters are scheduled and in which order. Well, the party time is also apportioned on proportional basis, much like the Parliament of South Africa. One thing that, of course, has been spoken to is the way that even during COVID, because their constitution does not allow them to sit at home and attend through hybrid, they had to go to work and do the work. And remember, in Ireland, for instance, those members in Ireland do not work full time. So they go to their work, they do everything, and then only around 4 o'clock, they until late night, 10 hours, 22 hours, not 10 hours, 10 hours is in the morning. 22 hours, then they leave because they have other work to do. So that also could assist. But when we explained our hybrid sessions that we have and how it has helped us during COVID, they really appreciated it, and they were thinking of, we must just change our constitution to allow this. On legislation, the Irish constitution assigns to the parliament the exclusive law-making powers, and bills are considered by both houses like we do before sent to the president for assent. The president may refer a bill to a Supreme Court for confirmation of constitutional compliance before signing. Not that he signs and then there is that people are taken to court and then the bill is returned and we have to work on it. Before signing, the president may refer it for compliance, but this procedure is hardly ever used, as once ruled upon. If the court can rule upon the bill, no one can challenge it again in court. So that is how they work on their bills. But what we were able to gather is that there's very little time for committees to deliberate on their own, on the bills that they have in the House. That is the limitation that we saw there. Members may petition the president also not to sign the bill on the grounds that it requires public approval. Remember, this constituency-based representative is what they use. So if my constituency feel that, no, this bill needs the public's approval, not just the public hearings that we have as we move around, but it's different to us. The president may then decline to sign the bill until a referendum is held to approve that bill. That is a little bit of where we differ. While the legislative agenda is dominated by government, there has been an increase in private members' bill, but noteworthy is that over the past 10 years, only 22 private members' bill were enacted. This achievement across due to concession of coalition government with independents who had single issues emanating from their constituencies. The other issue that I can support you on, Babu Mtetwa, is when you say capacitating the bill's office should be able to capacitate members on how to write their own private members' bill. That is what we also take with us, that office must be capacitated so that it helps the members. When we go outside, we are called lawmakers. So when we come in here, we must be able to make laws. But now, Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition tells us that we must accept that the bills that they bring, it is not, that's not how it should work. Because this bill that a private member will bring, it will go to the committee. But the committee will deliberate on it. And if the decision of the committee says this bill is undesirable, 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 it is the committee that says so, because it shall have gone there. Not that we don't allow it. We allow it, but that must be taken into consideration, that it is a private member's bill. but it does not mean we should accept everything that comes with a private member's bill. The numbers will always work, and we will interrogate your bill and see whether it suits our country, it suits what our people want. We don't just agree because it comes from a member and a private member. We don't just agree because of that. But if it is considered, if we realize that is going to assist us, there's nothing that will stop us from proceeding with that. Let me proceed and talk about the budget office, for instance. To improve the communication and to move to paperless environment, the Irish Parliament has been working at implementing electronic systems, for instance, record voting and recordings of the ruling. And one thing that I like about Kenya, for instance, that we learned, is that in Kenya, there is a budget office, and that budget office assists with individual members of that budget office to assist committees whenever they are dealing with their budgets. So there is a specialist who will guide you. It's not easy to understand the numbers and the figures that come from the departments, but they have that. And that is one of the things that we are taking and we want to take home. And for instance, the Honorable Kwahube was talking about the ministers answering questions. Because of time, I'll just respond to some. Ministers answering questions. What is the use of asking a question if you know what answer you want? Because what she's saying is that we must come up with a bill or something, a rule that makes sure we are satisfied with the answers. What answer? Why do you ask if you know what the answer is? So how do I mean, no, let's look into this thing, people. Let's not just say that. And we must not choose. Chief Whip and others said that in Ireland, the Prime Minister comes many a times, but she didn't mention, she says she only comes 3 times. Once in a quarter. The president comes only once in a quarter, whilst in Ireland, the Prime Minister comes many a times to the House to answer questions. But she did not mention that Kenya, the president of Kenya, never answers questions.
Thank you.
So I just want to, no,
Thank
it's
you.
still going down, eh? No, thank you very much, colleagues. My time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members. We shall proceed. Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, allow me to recognize you.
Enkosi kakhulu Sihlalo, ngiphakamisa into bale ngcelo mayamkelwe enkosi.
Enkosi, any objections, honorable members? EFF?
Register our objection, Chair.
The objection will be recorded accordingly. The motion is agreed to. Order, honorable members, the motion is agreed to. The secretary will read the 10th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the House adopts this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Request for declaration of the vote has been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes per member or political party wishes to make a declaration and opportunity to do so. I now recognize the DA.
House Chairperson, the purpose of a budget review and recommendation report is to allow Parliament to exercise its constitutional duty of oversight over the Minister and the Department. specifically in terms of their plans, activities, and expenditures. In this regard, it is worth noting that Minister Mantashe could not be bothered to attend his own departmental review, nor the tabling of the Auditor General's reports. This does not bode well for transparent and accountable government. But let's be honest, that's never been one of the minister's strong points. But let's start with the good news. Several entities in the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy received clean audits. These included the South African National Energy Development Institute, the National Nuclear Regulator, the National Energy Regulator, the Council for Geoscience, and the South African Diamond and Precious Metals Regulator. There were positive developments in the audit outcomes of the Nuclear Energy Corporation of South Africa and the department itself, but there is still room for significant improvement. We would be remiss, however, if we did not point out that Parliament has fundamentally failed in its oversight responsibilities by not interrogating all of the entities, or even having them present during our discussions. The fact that only one entity, NEXA, actually appeared before the committee makes a mockery of this, especially when one considers that the worst performing entities, the Central Energy Fund and its subsidiaries, the Strategic Fuel Fund and Petro SA, have still not submitted their annual reports for consideration, and no attempt was made to bring them before the committee to explain their failure. The simple fact is that this minister and this department have failed South Africa. They have failed to deliver reliable, sustainable electricity. They have failed to address the fuel price crisis and the security of fuel supply, and they have failed to attract and grow mining investment in South Africa. We cannot afford another 5 years of gross incompetence. In 2024, South Africa has an opportunity to rid itself of the corruption, maladministration, and sheer ineptitude of the ANC and Gwede Mantashe by voting for a party that delivers real change.
Your time is
Democratic Alliance does not support this budget review and recommendation.
I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The EFF firmly rejects the budget review and recommendations report, and we do so for the following reasons. The EFF was the only political party that correctly argued for the amalgamation of the Department of Minerals and Department of Energy, and we did so based on sound and superior logic. But the two main reasons were energy security and efficiency, something that the governing party, which is going to lose its majority in the 2024 elections, failed to appreciate. In terms of security, we called for one ministry responsible for minerals and energy. We did this because we appreciated that South Africa's energy and therefore national security is fundamentally based on coal. This is the truth we cannot run away from. We are still going to rely on coal for a very long time. So to the two ministries, one responsible for mining and the other responsible for energy, is what has in part led to the crisis of electricity blackout we find ourselves in, made worse by the deliberate collapse of Eskom. But we went further and called for Eskom to report directly under the Department of Mineral and Energy, because that will bring a full value chain policy, mining, energy generation in one portfolio. But today we have a Minister of Electricity with their clownish ideas, the Minister of Public Enterprise who's hell-bent on privatization, and the Minister of Minerals and Energy is telling us the problem is the Minister of Public Enterprise, but does not want to say it directly. This is a product of political incompetence we are subjected to, and the budget review and recommendations report fails to deal with these matters. Beyond this political incompetence, we must also deal with administrative shenanigans. The Auditor General findings are not addressed. Wasteful and irregular expenditure continues to increase for payments of storage fees not used.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
There is nothing to support.
I now recognize the IFP. Dasamzin, can you just assist to Datem Simang? No, he's not. No. Honourable Members, order. No, honorable members, can I just?
Honorable House Chair.
No, and Datem Simang, honorable member, 1 second. Honorable members, can we just be considerate to Babum Simango? He does have a challenge and he doesn't use the hearing aids. Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Simzi.
Honorable House Chair. Each year, we evaluate the delivery service performance of departments, how they spend the funds that have been allocated to them, and whether there is improvement and at minimum, a willingness to actually implement their own plans and projects. The IFP notes with grave concern the department's inability to achieve and maintain consistent clean audits. This cannot be fully realized while its entities do not abide by legislative deadlines when it comes to the submission of financial information for, to account and auditing purposes. Working in isolation will do nothing beyond exacerbating the challenges facing the country. Therefore, we encourage the facilitation of functional and mutually beneficial relations with other departments such as Department of Human Settlements and Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. One cooperation alone will ensure the speedy implementation of crucial programs such as the National Solar Water Heater Program, which will aid in the fight against energy shortage. Honorable Chair, the department continues to fall short of fulfilling its task of providing sustainable benefits to all South Africans from the country's mineral wealth. It is clear that this can only be achieved once the entire ensures that its performance indicators are linked to government priorities.
Thank you, honorable member. Your
And
time
that
is
it
up.
implements
Honorable
consequence management
Prof.
against officials who incur irregular as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Thank you, Prof.
Notwithstanding,
May the front table assist me with
report, I
honorable
thank
Prof.
you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I now recognize FF Plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The BRRR of the Department for Mineral Resources and Energy reinforces one's trust in the Auditor General. The AG says in its report that the department's KPIs do not correspond with the government's priorities. Amongst others, it proceeds, energy security is a key mandate of government, but it is not reflected in the actions of the department. There are two other indicators not reflected in the BRRR. One is a president who decided to appoint a minister for electricity in the presidency, although he already has a minister for energy in the cabinet, which happens to be also his. The other is the fact that mining investors nominate South Africa as one of the 10 worst destinations for mining investment in the world. This is confirmed by the fact that in total only 49 out of 85 targets were met by the department, leaving 36 unreached. In addition, a recurring theme in the BRRR is vacant but funded positions, or should we say funded but vacant positions. This is an indictment on the transformation policy, where some people are discouraged from applying for jobs in the public sector while suitable candidates for jobs cannot be found. Let us be clear. The idea is that each position is created because some work has to be done. If nobody is appointed, that work must be done, must be added to somebody else's workload. That is how a department fails to reach targets. Although the department itself, but not all its entities, got an unqualified audit, the findings as well as the department's own evaluation show that there is much room for improvement. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I now recognize UTM. ATM. Good. NFP. AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The ANC supports the BRRR. Although, of course, the AGSA raised certain weaknesses and areas of concern that have received a significant amount of attention regarding the department's overall performance for the 2022-2023 financial year. The ANC contends that in principle, the department and its SOEs have relatively improved their performance compared to the previous financial years. One remarkable feature of this thoroughly vetted improved performance was that 6 SOEs under the department achieved clean audit. It is essential to stress that this improved performance was not by pure luck. The main force behind it was the department's proactive performance and role, as well as sophisticated administrative and technical capabilities, which were responsible for a selective set of interventions that turned things around. The most significant lesson drawn from this improved performance is that the department is capable of effective management of SOEs and that the attainment of national development objectives relating to energy and mineral resources is certainly a central preoccupation of the department. While the department achieved an unqualified opinion with findings for the 2022-2023 financial year, our conviction as the ANC is that whatever the degree and extent of regression in performance, the department can correct this in ways that do not make things worse. In short, achieving a clean audit in the next financial year is not an elusive, and we encourage that the department gets to a clean audit. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections?
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Note, please, Chair, note the objection of EFF.
All those objections will be recorded accordingly. The motion is agreed to, honourable members. The secretary will read the 11th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Police on 2022/23 annual report of the South African Police Service.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I move, Chair, that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Request has been made for declarations of the vote. I will now allow any political party that wishes to do the declaration. I recognize the DA.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are, as a nation, engaged in a bloody war against violent criminals, and we are losing. South African mothers and fathers are burying their murdered children every day, while ministers receive VIP protection services at a cost of nearly 10 million rand per VIP. In the last financial year, SAP spent 99% of its budget and achieved only 65% of its targets, while violent crime surged across the country, killing 27,000 of our own citizens. The minister has decimated the reservists program, leaving it with just 3,500 members. The DNA backlog that he says has been cleared is currently sitting between 50 to 60,000 case exhibits, and on his watch, we have lost 8,000 detectives in just 6 years. Presidential promises of halving violent crime have become conspicuous by their absence as the murder rate rises and government loses control of violent crime. The people across South Africa are tired of the minister's empty promises and TV interviews. They want results from the more than 100 billion rand of their money that should be spent on their protection. The people of Nelson Mandela Bay, for example, are desperate for this bloody war in their city to end. Every other week, we hear of a mass shooting in our townships, gang killings in the northern areas. Tourists are being attacked and chased out of the city to such an extent that international tour operators have now taken Nelson Mandela Bay off their route due to rampant criminality in the city. The people of Nelson Mandela Bay want to know, when will this nightmare end? The criminals are winning the war, and it is now clear that government's plans are not working. What is needed now more than ever before is a new government with new plans to rescue South Africa from violent crime. And one thing is now certain, and that is that we will only be able to get the criminals off the streets when we get the crooks out of cabinet. The DA supports the report.
I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the budgetary review and recommendation report of the South African Police Service. The rate of crime in this country is alarmingly high, and extraordinary measures are needed to arrest the descent into complete lawlessness, a state in which none of us would be guaranteed safety and security unless it comes from the criminals themselves. Over the past 3 quarters, there are almost 8,000 people murdered in each and every corner or quarter in this country. In contrast, since the Russian-Ukraine war started, just about 10,000 people have been killed. Our murder rates are worse in the war-torn countries. The minister and the leadership of SEPS know these hotspots, and in many cases they know who the perpetrators are, and yet nothing of substance has been done to eliminate the problem of crime in our country. We have over 82 murders every single day in the country and about 169 other offenses. This is not a normal society. There is something inherently wrong with a state that allows the proliferation of crime and disorder the way the ruling party has allowed crime to flourish in this country. On this point, I just want to ask a question. What type of a country have we become that applies such a lot of violence against its own citizens? What type of a country have we become when a primary school child asks a teacher in a country, he tells the teacher, "Ek baizani." What type of language is this that we are using in classrooms, primary school children, that tells a teacher that I don't baiza, a language that is related to gangsters in this country of South Africa, and yet we sit arms folded. We need extraordinary measures to contain these violent crimes and the proliferation of gangsterism even in our country. We have become a criminal society, and crime is enabled implicitly and explicitly by the state.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I now recognize the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. One of the biggest concerns regarding the annual performance.
Hey, you may proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. One of the biggest concerns regarding the annual performance of the South African Police Service is the fact that SAPS had civil claims to the value of 108.7 billion, which is more than the department's total annual budget. How is it possible that the very entity mandated to defend and implement the law finds itself at odds with it? What is equally concerning, Honorable Chair, is the Auditor General's report that no provision for any liability that may result from these civil claims was made in the financial statements. Considering that this is the repeat finding and was raised in the previous financial year, it brings me to question why we request reports from the likes of the Auditor General when departments are very clearly apathetic towards the implementation of the AG's finding. Honorable Chair, there seems to be a clear lack of effective management and leadership in the department of the consequence management structures that are in place are evidently not enough. Therefore, we need more than just the minister's acknowledgement that this is a challenge. His department must provide us with an actionable solution. The SAPS simply cannot act as if they are above the law that governs our country. Considering the comments made, the IFP accepts the report.
Thank you, honored member. I now recognize FF Plus.
Die Vryheidsfront Plus wil sy kommer uitspreek in die opsig dat ons het jaar na jaar het ons hierdie verslae, daar word aanbevelings gemaak deur die komitees, maar die vraag is, word hierdie aanbevelings behoorlik uitgevoer? Die standpunt is dat dit nie behoorlik uitgevoer word nie. Byvoorbeeld, sekere aspekte word aangespreek in hierdie spesifieke verslag, byvoorbeeld, dat daar gekyk moet word om die Direktoraat van Prioriteit Misdaad Ondersoeke beter te finansier en meer mense te gee, want hulle doen goeie werk en dit is noodsaaklik, veral as dit kom by georganiseerde misdaad. Although financial unqualified, the Office of the Auditor General was critical on the manner in which the SAPS measure its performance, not taking the experience by citizens into account. Specific reference was made to forensic analysis in terms of the performance management starting from when the laboratory receives the DNA sample instead of from when the DNA sample was taken from a victim. Critical information systems are not fully functional and implemented, such as the 10111 call centers. That hampers the production of the police in terms of fighting crime in South Africa. Linked to the above, the Office of the AG found that information capturing the SAPS is unreliable. From station level, performance and statistics are not captured correctly, which has a knock-on effect, and the mistakes are amplified as information moves to the national level. It is very doubtful whether the information reported to Parliament is reliable. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize ACTP. UTM.
House Chairperson.
ACTP, over to you, Mruti.
House Chairperson, the failure of SAPS to drastically reduce criminality in our country to ensure that citizens feel safe, particularly in their homes, is a great concern to the ACDP. Of particular concern is the increasing number of reports of criminals who are targeting churches and robbing unsuspecting and vulnerable congregants. The ACDP calls on government to increase the police budget that will make it possible for more police to be recruited, and that will result in more visibility on the ground, even around places of worship. Although the department spent 100% of its budget, it achieved only 60%, 67% of its target, sorry. Sadly, even though crime intelligence achieved all its KPIs, Zamazamas have created no-go areas around thousands of abandoned mines, and Inzinyoga added unnecessary power outages to the burden of load shedding at the cost of about 5 to 7 billion rands a year. The efficient Auditor General did her job well, but the department did not manage to investigate cases of irregular expenditure, let alone to discipline the guilty parties. As the committee has pointed out, repeated internal findings made by the AGSA, especially in terms of adherence to legislation and internal controls, are a great concern. If the Department of Police does not care enough to prevent, investigate, and punish corruption, those who do it will continue to do it. As honorable members, visible policing is hampered by an increase in the police versus population ratio, and in the 2015 financial year.
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
UTM, ATM, Wood, NFP, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports the BRR report tabled here today. But once again, we want to reiterate the call to ensure that unless we deal with the socio-economic conditions, the dysfunctional state of the society we live in, the police cannot, should not, and must not be expected to deal with the high levels of crime. You cannot expect police officers to be everywhere at the same time. We need to do more. In fact, policing in South Africa is a nightmare. I've been speaking to police officers this morning. Some of them are waiting 10, 15 years. They don't get a promotion. They're living in shacks. They have to travel with the firearms and getting attacked and killed every other day. The danger allowance we're giving them is an absolute disgrace, 23 Rand. And I ask again, will we be willing to send our brothers, sisters, children to go and work for 23 Rand a day, a danger allowance? You cannot expect the police to do everything. We need to solve the problem. What is the problem? It's created by everybody else. I speak to people, Chairperson, Chief Whip. The woman tells me, a police officer, she travels 130 kilometers a day to work and back. What is she left with? So I think we need to ensure that we look after our police officers. We need to recruit them from school in part of the curriculum, attract the right kind of people, pay them a decent wage, give them decent benefits, danger allowances and things like that. Once they are lost, when they die, nobody even remembers them. Nobody even remembers anything about them. They don't even visit their families. So let's give them, that is why we said, take those hijacked buildings, turn them into housing units, let the police officers stay there. In the rural areas, build housing before you take them there. Let's look after them if you want to solve the problem. But deal with the root causes of crime or you won't solve it. Stop blaming the police for everything. The NFP supports the report. Thank you.
I now recognize COPE PAC, Al-Jama. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the ANC supports the budget review recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Police for the Department of Police. The police contribute to the government's priority of social cohesion and safe communities. We make a call to the society to work with the police in the fight against crime. Police alone cannot fight crime. Honorable House Chair, we support the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee, which amongst other things, calls for additional personnel and funding on the SAPS to establish specialized policing units to address economic sabotage and related crimes. We urge the department to implement the audit findings as well as to effect consequence management that include steps against employees incurring irregular and fruitless expenditure. Honorable House Chair, we reiterate the recommendation on the capacitation of the police through additional funds for recruitment of personnel, as well as the capacitation of the DPCI to further enable police to deal with crime. The ANC support the PRRR of police.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? No objections, the motion agreed to. Honorable,
PFF would like to object.
but it will assist if you, when I say, are there any objections, then you indicate as.
I thought it would be DA first and then us, but if they are not objecting, that's fine.
No, it's fine. Thank you, honorable member. You'll get it there. Honorable members, before we call the 12th order of the day, can I make an appeal? There's this black screen next to the podium. It's got writing, which is numbers in white, that it becomes amber. And then when it says red and negative, it's you owing us our minutes and seconds, not us owing you. Thank you very much, honorable members. I now request the secretary to read the 12th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Police on Independent Police Investigative Directorate for the 2022-23 financial year.
I now recognize the chief whip of the majority party.
Ha ke lebohe modulasetulo, ke tsitsenya hore tlaleho ena e amohelwe. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. There has been a request for deterioration. The agreed 2 minutes time applies. I now recognize the DA.
Chairperson, if we are going to build a strong ecosystem of accountability for police abuse and misconduct, we need to ensure that we build a strong and independent IPID, which has the powers to operate without fear, favor, or political interference. It has been my experience over the past 5 IPID VRRR since 2019 that IPID is being deliberately hamstrung by an executive not interested in accountability for rogue SAPS members. IPID is critically under-resourced, underfunded, and undercapacitated to adequately fulfill its mandate in an environment of increasing police abuse and misconduct. This year, Cabinet sent the IPID Amendment Bill to Parliament, which the State Law Advisor himself refused to certify as constitutional, and which the Minister would have known was unconstitutional given the noisy debate around this issue over a number of years, as well as the Constitutional Court's decision in the McBride matter. By knowingly sending an unconstitutional bill to Parliament, the Minister and the Cabinet have exposed their intent insofar as IPID is concerned. The bill was found to be unconstitutional because it removed Parliament's role in the appointment process of the Executive Director of IPID, an issue which was clarified by the Constitutional Court in that McBride judgment. It is impossible that neither the drafters of this bill nor the Cabinet, with all of its advisors, did not know the bill was unconstitutional. What the Executive is really telling us is that they don't want to be subjected to parliamentary scrutiny, and they have such little regard for Parliament that they thought we wouldn't pick it up. This committee is now seized not only with rectifying a flawed bill, but we have a duty to strengthen it by securing a greater role for Parliament in the appointment process of the Executive Director. This is literally the least that we can do to secure greater independence for IPID so that we can build a stronger ecosystem of accountability for a more professional police service. The DA supports the report.
I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, we will object with reservations, but let me first and foremost just thank the Chairperson of that committee for the professional way in which the Chairperson conducts that committee and allow free and fair and democratic debate. Chair, IPID has in essence failed to deal with the proliferation of criminal conduct within the police and the sheer disregard for the rights of citizens, particularly Black citizens in this country, who are abused, beaten up, and even killed by police on a regular basis. We have often seen our police treat Black people who are involved in protests as compared to the manner they treat white people. The SAPS is still at the core, a colonial and apartheid force meant to browbeat Black people into the lanes that the oppressive neo-colonial system has preordained for Black people. It means that we need transformation of mind and transformation in heart in that SAPS, and also visionary leadership that can take us to the next level. The institution may be led by Black people and even has a Black minister, but at the core, it is a force against Black people. The Black leaders are merely tokens who have no philosophical grounding to understand how the conduct of the police reinforce colonial stereotypes. The IPID is supposed to be working hard in uprooting this disrespect for Black lives at SAPS, but they have spectacularly failed to rein the police. More importantly, IPID still reporting to the very same police hierarchy that IPID is meant to investigate is counterproductive. The ANC is a leader when it comes to the doctrine on the separation of powers, but the ANC is allowing still IPID to account to the police department. It cannot be. There must be a separation of powers, and they cannot report to the same perpetrators that they investigate. This is a submission.
Thank you
of the-
very much,
the
Honourable
EFF.
Member.
Thank you
The
very
time
much.
is up.
I look at you because you're telling me.
So, you've got tendencies to do funny things when you leave the podium. Please stop it. There's an order here. I would really appreciate if we can do that. No, just leave. No, no,
Was
no.
that-
No, just it's fine. Yes, please. Thank you very much. I now recognize the IFP. We shall proceed, Honorable Jobe. While you are talking there, it's fine. FF plus.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It seems as though within the Department of Police, one needs to recognize the small victories amongst the plethora of challenges and department faces. Therefore, the IFP welcomes and appreciates the Independent Police Investigative Directorate clean audit and the fact that no irregular, unauthorized, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred for the 2022-2023 financial year. However, we're extremely concerned about the 393 cases of death as a result of police action that have been recorded. What separates the police officers responsible for these acts from the very alleged criminals that have been killed? It seems as if these police officers share the same disregard of our country's constitution as the criminals they are mandated to protect from us. Furthermore, in the 2022-2023 financial year, 4 cases of rape in police custody were reported, which is an increase of 100%. Considering our country's ongoing battle with gender-based violence and femicide, who do victims of GBV turn to for help if we cannot even trust police officers to not violate them? In terms of rape committed by members of the subs in police custody, the IFP wants to reiterate the committee's recommendation that IPID must submit a report on the success rate of prosecution and convictions on the aforementioned cases and those related to deaths as a result of police action. Furthermore, we urge IPID to also work tirelessly on increasing its footprint in order to reach more people, as there might be hundreds of, if not thousands, of other victims of police action with no access to IPID offices, so their cases go unreported. Notwithstanding the comments made, the IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize FF plus.
Dankie, voorsitter. Voorsitter, daar word gereeld gevra en gesê dat die polisie alleen kan nie misdaad bestry nie. Hulle het ook die burgers van die land nodig om hulle by te staan. Die vraag is, hoekom is ons waar ons is? Navorsing toon dat ongeveer 70% van mense in Suid-Afrika het nie vertroue in die polisie nie. Hulle het nie daardie vertroue nie, want 'n mens moet lees in die eerste plek van mense wat klagtes gaan lê, vroue wat slagoffers is van geweldsmisdaad, en dan word hulle verkragt binne in die polisiestasie. En dis hoekom Oopot so belangrik is, 'n onafhanklike polisie ondersoekdirektoraat. Maar voorsitter, ons hoor ook dat byvoorbeeld die minister, wetende dat daar 'n wetsontwerp is wat ongrondwetlik is, by die kabinet indien, die kabinet wetende dis ongrondwetlik, dit by die parlement indien, die lede op die portefeulje komitee van polisie wetende dat die wetsontwerp ongrondwetlik is, maar net eenvoudig voortgaan daarmee. Hulle luister nie na oppositiepartye nie, dit was duidelik gesê, stuur dit terug na die departement van polisie toe, na die ministerie, maar dit word nie gedoen nie. Op hierdie oomblik is Oopot, het hy 'n agterstand van ongeveer 46.000 sake. Dit is duidelik dat die polisie en die ministerie nie wil hê dat daar 'n polisieman moet wees vir die polisiediens nie. En daarom sê die Vryheidsfront Plus, daar sal indringend gekyk moet word om te sorg dat daar behoorlike beheer is, veral as ons gaan kyk na die miljarde rande van siviele sake teen die polisie, moet Oopot versterk word. Ons ondersteun wel hierdie verslag.
Thank you. I now recognize ACDP. UDM. ATM. Good. NFP. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the BRR report on IPID tabled here today. Thank you. Well, there is no doubt that IPID is inundated with investigations as a result of the conduct, particularly of the South African Police Services, many of our officers. But at the same time, I want to say that I think there is too much of protection in the country for criminals at the expense of the victims, to such an extent that even police officers cannot act. Before a police officer acts, he has to worry about it. He's got IPID behind his back all the time. And criminals are taking advantage of it. The simple thing is, when a criminal is coming to you with his back facing you, you can't do anything about it. But a criminal will come close to you, turn around and shoot you, and you're dead and gone. That is the situation. So I think what we need is some amendments to the acts to give greater protection to police officers and more rights rather than the criminals, including these legal aid and things. We need to do it with it for criminal offenses and things. But one of the, IPID had an unqualified audit opinion, which we must welcome. However, they've been underspending as far as compensation to employees. And but at the same time, IPID is extremely understaffed. And as we know about the problems that they have with the large number of motor vehicles alone that are out of service. And very importantly, of course, the number of civil claims, something I alluded to earlier on, is that the people, every little thing, the police are to blame. And because of that, police is the to want to act. And that makes it very difficult for us. But the backlog alone for IPID is sitting at about 46,000, which is, and yet the budget allocation to them is not enough. So we think you need to give them more work, let them be more independent, but you need to give more protection to police officers. The NFP supports. Thank you.
I now recognize AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. I now recognize the ANC.
Honorable House Chairperson, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members. The IPID Act makes provision for an independent and impartial investigation of identified criminal offenses allegedly committed by members of the South African Police Service and those of municipal police services. This very important role of IPID is intended to ensure that police act within their parameters of the law when executing their duties. We commend IPID for their achievement in terms of having an unqualified audit report with no material findings. The funds allocated towards youth development is also highly appreciated. We call also on the National Treasury to increase IPID's budget allocation for them to be able to fund their expansion as they are looking into increasing the human resource and others in ensuring that they are able to deal with the cases that they are receiving and each and every time. Lastly, Chairperson, IPID should also be able to prioritize the filling of their critical vacancies that exist currently. With that few lines, Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I put the motion again to the House. Are there any objections?
EFF rejects, Chair.
Thank you very much. The objection will be recorded accordingly. The motion is agreed to. I now request the Secretary to read the 13th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Police on Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority for 2022/23 financial year.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. The request for declaration have been made. The allocated time, which is 2 minutes, apply. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The security industry in this country comprises 15,000 active businesses, which employs 577,000 officers with a further 2.2 million who have been trained. This industry has grown by 31% in this past year. It is CIRA's role to regulate this industry, to ensure that training standards are maintained, minimum wage and labor legislation are complied with, and to ensure that those with criminal intent are excluded from this lucrative industry. During the period of 22-23, CIRA exceeded its inspection targets of businesses, offices, and firearms, achieving an average of 134% of target. This is actually quite sad based on what the Honourable Whitfield mentioned around SAPS. So this is the private side. Online systems which are used for registration, compliance, and self-assessment have been delayed in the current year due to SCM holdups, but we trust that these matters will be solved in the next year. This past year, CIRA has received an unqualified audit with an emphasis on matters, which is an improvement over the previous year's qualified audit. While these matters have been highlighted by the Auditor General, it appears that satisfactory measures have been put in place to address them. CIRA has accumulated a budgetary surplus of 192 million rand, of which 45 was in this past year. This has been reported by them. But the industry is finding it perpetually difficult to pay these fees. It's becoming harder. Any increase in fees represents
ICT, remove Honorable Gabriel, please.
I'll be quick. Any increase in fees represents a further indirect tax burden on businesses and on individuals who increasingly use the service. The size of this industry dwarfs that of SAPS. It shows that people have less faith in the police and are taking their own safety into their own hands at their own cost.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The time is up.
Devolve now or
Thank
be
you,
replaced.
Honorable
Thank you.
Member.
DA supports this report.
Honorable Member. I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF rejects the budgetary review recommendation reports for the Private Security Regulatory Authority. And we say that the state has no capacity to monitor and manage the actions of private security companies in this country. It's actually scary to know what private security companies are doing to citizens in this country. The proliferation of guns, the increase in violent murders cannot be divorced from the rapidly increasing numbers of private security companies that are largely unmonitored, posing security risks to the nation as a whole. Our research in the EFF has shown that there are currently over 9,500 private security companies in this country and almost 500,000 active private security guards and well over 1.5 million trained but inactive private security guards. They are better armed than the South African Police Service and the Army, and these private securities can overrun the country at any given time. The role played by the CIRA in ensuring that these companies are regulated is almost negligible. The private security industry is a law unto itself. We need CIRA to be given the necessary authority and resources to keep these companies under surveillance. We need better leadership in both political and administrative level at SAPS in order to prevent crime and ensure our citizens to be safe. We cannot allow a situation where security companies play police, where they chase away people that walk through farms to the beach to go to do fishing and search people without warrants along the wayside. This is currently what's happening in the Western Cape and more so in George. We cannot allow the situation as it is, and therefore there need to be regulation and there need to be a regulatory authority in order to prevent. We must guard against uprise of our nation, because these security companies, in many ways, they are provoking the heart and soul of the nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now recognize the IFP. Honorable
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Earlier this year, the Private and Security Industry Regulatory Authority reported that the demand for security and guarding services from the private sector has grown significantly over the last decade. As of the end of 2022, there are close to 2.7 million registered security guards in the country, with more than 580,000 currently employed. Therefore, SERA's registration program is of utmost importance and cannot afford to have achieved only 50% of its performance targets. Considering the rapid rate at which the demand for security officers is growing, the department needs to ensure that adequate systems are in place to meet the required average turnaround time of 12 working days for registration of application, meeting all the requirements for security officers. The committee recommends that SERA should strengthen its system to enforce compliance with the security businesses as well as the security office as prescribed by the regulation of the industry. Based on the numbers provided by SERA, there is an indication that for every one police officer, there are 4 private security guards. Therefore, the IFP wants to join the committee in its call for SERA to strengthen its system to enforce compliance with the security businesses as well as the security office as prescribed by the regulation of the industry. In consideration of all the comments that have been made, the IFP accepts the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize the FF Plus.
Dankie, voorsitter. Voorsitter, die afgelope 10 jaar het die aantal geregistreerde sekuriteitsmaatskappye toegeneem met 86% tot 15,113 sulke instansies. Dit beteken ook dat as ons gaan kyk na die aantal geregistreerde aktiewe sekuriteitsbeamptes, dan sien ons dat dit 577,444 is. Voorsitter, die vraag is, hoekom het ons in hierdie situasie beland? As ons gaan kyk na die aantal aktiewe, of kan ons sê operasionele lede in die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens, dan beteken dit, daar is vir elke polisiebeampte is daar 3 sekuriteitsbeamptes. En dit het ontstaan omdat die polisie nie sy grondwetlike plig kan nakom om die mense van Suid-Afrika en hulle eiendom te kan beskerm nie. Therefore, the people of South Africa had no choice. They had to pay for private security. And the Freedom Front Plus has asked, and we will keep on asking, that private people and individuals paying for security services should be able to be deducted from their income tax, because it's actually a constitutional obligation on the police services and the government of the day. South Africa cannot be a place without the security companies and the security officers. Crime is already out of control. Can you just imagine without these security companies? I thank you. We will support the recommendations report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize ACDP, UDM, ATM, Wood. I now recognize Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As we talk about security, let us not forget the plight of the Palestinian people in Gaza and in West Bank that are under repeated threats, bombing by the barbaric Zionist state of Israel, would of course are aided and abetted by some of them in this very house. Now, Chairperson, the private security industry, which seems to be booming actually, very large indeed, and increasing in its numbers, But in terms of the report that of the Portfolio Committee on Police, there are a whole lot of areas of weaknesses as far as that is concerned. Why they did receive an unqualified audit opinions, it came with some findings, but the Portfolio Committee did make a whole lot of recommendations which would like them to look into. But I think very importantly, I think they lack oversight over the security companies and the employees. You find often that with the security industries, when employees don't pitch up to work, they just take anybody and everybody and just place them there. So there's no oversight mechanism. Even on firearms are allocated to the security companies. Security companies, on the other hand, when they employ people, they just give them to use them. And it's becoming a major problem. The collusion between security officers and criminals is on the increase in the country as well. So, you know, the recommendations, some of them, of course, the Portfolio Committee has recommended that they need to provide actually training for the security in the cash and transit sector. They've also recommended them to strengthen the internal control measures and things. So yes, I think a lot of work needs to be done by CIRA itself, even the licensing mechanisms that they follow. Anybody and everybody appears to be opening security companies today. It seems to be good business. The NFP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. I now recognize the ANC.
Honorable House Chairperson, once more, greetings, and the Honorable Chief Whip of Majority Party and members of Parliament. Chairperson, let me just quickly start on the part that Honorable Kunaval was mentioning that the police is failing. I think we all remember and know that the Constitution of South Africa lays down the laws that South African Police Services is responsible for the prevention, combating, and investigating of crime in our country and maintaining law and order. It also makes sure that to protect and make sure that the inhabitants of this country are safe. So that is still the responsibility of SAPS and this ruling current government of the ANC, still fully responsible for that. Chairperson, the African National Congress stands in support for the budget review recommendation report from the Portfolio Committee on the Private Security Industry Regulation Authority, which is CIRA. We commend CIRA for the clean audit report for 3 consecutive years, for having achieved 84% of its performance targets with the slight improvement when compared to the previous year, for also achieving 100% for its programs for ensuring effective regulations in the industry. The committee recommends that CIRA addresses its irregular expenditure and to put in place corrective measures. That CIRA should develop a curriculum that includes training on the transportation of cash in transit, that CIRA strengthens its systems to enforce compliance with the security businesses as prescribed by the regulation in the industry. The ANC fully supports the BRRR report on CIRA. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. I put the motion before the House. Any objections?
Yes, they were EFF say record a chair as objection.
Okay, the House will record the objection of the EFF. The motion is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 14th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Police on Civilian Secretariat for Police Services performance for 2022-2023 financial year.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
On condition I get speaking allowance, I move for the adoption of this report.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party. You should have added in your recommendations. Nevertheless, we shall proceed. Honorable members, the allocated time is applicable of 10 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. The Department of the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services' mission is to provide effective and efficient civilian oversight over the police for safer and more secure communities through community participation, legislation, and policy development. A clean audit results suggest that the department achieved its goals, as 1.526 million of the allocated 155.92 million budget was spent, a mere underspending of 3.2 million. However, the real test remains how successful the department is in improving its key focus areas. For example, enhancing service delivery and addressing confidence in the police. Research by Gordon revealed that the trust in the police in 2022 was only 23%, and it's still declining. This hinders efforts to reduce crime, provide quality service, and stimulate economic growth. The community does not understand the department's mandate, nor do they experience any improvement in service delivery or crime reduction. Therefore, the necessity of the existence of this department is often questioned, while dysfunctional community police forums are cited as contributing to the problem. The timely drafting of relevant legislation and policy documents is a serious cause of concern, with glaring examples such as the unconstitutional IPIT amendment bill tabled in Parliament, the long-awaiting police amendment bill that will only be finalized by the 7th Parliament, and the police streamlined disciplinary regulations.
Member, your time
The
is up.
DA support the report. Thank you.
I now recognize the EFF.
Madam Chairperson, we have already said we have the right to differ and object, and when we do so on a matter of principle. And so despite the legislative provisions to create a civilian secretary that would be the bridge between the police and civilians, there continue to be a very sharp schism between the police and the South African society as a result of the hard-handed nature of the police related to ordinary law-abiding citizens, particularly Black people. This institution is a very powerful institution that's supposed to bring communities and the police together, but there is a problem. While this is the problem, the CSP continues to move on like a headless chicken, and the entity must live up to its mandate. The transition of this department into becoming an independent department, not accountable to SEPS anymore, was never carefully thought through, and successive police ministers have failed to properly locate the CSP. The Civilian Secretary for Police is a very good example of how corporate governance and above-board financial management have been compromised by this administration. For years now, the Secretariat has been receiving qualified audit opinions from the AG, who has highlighted a number of issues that were also noted by the committee in the previous financial year. Matters relating to the unprofessional nature with which financial settlements statements are prepared, misstatements and expenditure on capital projects, and so on and so on. The Secretariat, despite its important constitutional obligations, still does not have a service delivery improvement plan, despite the committee recommending that they do develop such a plan. Under the circumstances, the Secretary cannot execute his constitutional obligations to provide oversight over SEPS in an optimal manner, and therefore we reject the report. We need to revisit the constitutional mandate of this and place it, locate it where it needs to be. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. I now recognize the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I would like to start by commending the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service on its clean audit, which is an improvement compared to the previous financial year, in which a matter of emphasis was raised on material underspending. As we have concluded from the declaration made about the PRRR of the South African Police Service, there is a need for greater emphasis to be placed on the implementation of IPID recommendation and consequence management, considering that one of the functions of this department is to provide civilian oversight over the police service through monitoring and evaluating overall police performance. The review of subdisciplinary regulation should be regularly conducted to ensure that any recommended amendments have been implemented. Departments cannot be allowed to pick and choose when and how often they want to implement the recommendations. Therefore, the IFP wants to reiterate the committee's recommendation that greater attention should be given to monitoring the implementation of recommendations made to the subs, especially considering the fact that recommendations issued by Civilian Secretariat for Police Service are not being adequately tracked and monitored to ensure an impact on the service delivery of the subs. Notwithstanding the comments, the IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize FF Plus.
No declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. ACDP, UDM, ATM, Wood. I now recognize Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports the report tabled here today. Allow me first of all to congratulate Civilian Secretariat for having a clean audit, but over and above that, reaching all its targets. However, I have a problem sometimes when we set targets and whether we get value for money out of those targets. And I see that Civilian Secretariat has achieved all the targets that they have actually set. However, I think, there are weaknesses and remain in this particular sector as well. First of all, I think there's a lack of understanding when it comes to the public as to what is the roles and responsibility of the Civilian Secretariat. But my understanding is that they are actually working on that. So that would, and I think the other issue that they should be working on, in particular when it comes to the police office, is the issue of the entire promotion system. An unhappy police officer, or anyone that's unhappy where they are unemployed, will not deliver. So I think that's something else that they need to actually work on. And then very importantly is the issue of wellness of police officers. With the trauma that they experience on a daily basis, it's got to be an ongoing thing where you have to monitor them and see whether they're still in a good state of mind. And particularly if you notice that the high levels of criminal activities we're having amongst police officers, and also the impact it's having on gender-based violence. If you look at the number of cases where you have police officers that are abusing their spouses. So I think that's the other thing that we need to look at. But I think very importantly, the Civilian Secretariat is reasonably performing. However, there are lots and lots more that we believe that needs to be done. And I think only if they have a better understanding of what their role is, together with the other stakeholders and role players, would they be able to do.
Thank you,
better. The NFP supports this BRR report. Thank you very much.
I now recognize the AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. I now recognize the ANC.
Tlotla le tlhompho ke tla di lebisa ho mme Masepadi wa rona mme Castalina Phemi Majodina le ntlo ka kakaretso. Honorable Chair, having considered the annual performance report of the Civilian Secretariat of Police, the ANC support budget review recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Police for Civilian Secretariat of Police. House Chair, we commend the Civilian Secretariat of Police for achieving a clean audit for the financial year 2022-2023. We also note progress made in the decrease in underspending as compared to the previous financial year. The Civilian Secretariat of Police has exceeded the 50% target of the number of female appointments in the senior management positions. We urge the Civilian Secretariat of Police to develop strategies to drive bigger impact on police performance and professionalism. Further, Honorable House Chair, that we further say that the Civilian Secretariat of Police should improve its marketing strategies to the public to bring about awareness of the role that it plays in the police accountability. The ANC support the report. Ke a leboha modulasetulo wa ntlo.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put the motion again to the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. Honorable members, I'll request the Secretary to read the 15th order of the day.
Decision of question on request for approval by Parliament of International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture.
Thank you. Honorable members, I wish to remind you that this matter was debated in the virtual mini plenary on the 10th of November, but that decision thereon can only be taken by the full plenary sitting. This is also the case for the other decisions of question. The House will decide on when we consider orders 16 to the 21 of this order. Are there any objections to the approval of an international treaty on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, known as ITPGRFA as it appears on the order paper? No objections. The order is agreed to. The motion is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 16th order of the day.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry and Competition on study visit to Republic of Korea.
Thank you. Honorable members, are there any objections to the report to be adopted by the House? No objections. The motion is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 17th order of the day.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor on International Study Tour to Kenya.
Thank you. Any objections on the adoption of the report, honorable members?
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection of the DA shall be recorded accordingly. The motion and the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 18th order of the day.
Decision of question on report of Joint Standing Committee on Defense and Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans on joint study tour to Germany from 25 June 2023 to 1 July 2023.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the report to be adopted, honorable members? No objections. The report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 19th order of the day.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation on oversight visit to vacant state-owned properties of South African embassies in Germany and Portugal.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report, honorable members? The report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 20th order of the day.
Decision of question on report of Standing Committee on Finance on oversight visit to National Treasury.
Thank you. Any objections to the report to be adopted, honorable members? The report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 21st order of the day.
Decision of question on report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on 2022-23, third and fourth quarter performance and expenditure report of Department of Communications and Digital Technologies.
Thank you. Are there any objections, honorable members, for the report to be adopted by the House?
Chair, please note the objection
I
of the
register
DA.
the EFF's objection.
Okay.
Thank
Both-
you, Chair.
Thank you. Both the DA and the EFF order, honorable members, the objections will be recorded accordingly. The report is agreed to. Honorable members, I request members to stand and wait for the chair and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.